Chair. The meeting is now live.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Councillor David Fuller, Chair of the Planning Committee, and I welcome everyone here this afternoon to this virtual Planning Committee meeting. This meeting is being broadcast to enable the press and the public to view the meeting. We are meeting virtually in response to limitations placed on governance by the COVID-19 pandemic. Until recently, the law stated that all members had to be present in the room to make formal decisions at meetings. However, the law was amended in response to the COVID-19 emergency, and councils are able to hold public meetings virtually. For the purpose of this meeting, I've been given advice by the City Solicitor. I can confirm that the pursuit of section number 78 of the Coronavirus Act 2020, this meeting will be run by reference to amended standing orders in accordance with the local authorities' coronavirus flexibility of the local amenity meetings regulations 2020 and number 392, and that's the regulations, including the changes to the standing orders regarding deputations and to the making of motions. The officer will present the applications, read any written deputations received and confirm the recommendation for debate. To facilitate this meeting, I have exercised my discretion in accordance with the consultation and suspending standing orders number 41A, and I'm allowing debate of items before a formal motion is made to this committee. Members are reminded to be available throughout this meeting and indicate if they need to leave the proceedings at any point. Members are also requested to keep their microphones on mute and only to turn them on when they are called to speak. This will limit the amount of background noise which can be very disruptive. Members are requested to keep their cameras turned on at all times. Officers are requested to turn their cameras on only when they are presenting their reports and answering any members' questions. Members of the committee who wish to speak in the debate should use the chat facility and simply write RTS, and that means request to speak. Please do not use the chat facility for anything else. Officers will also use the chat facility to advise myself, the chair, if they need to provide any advice to this committee this afternoon. If there are technical difficulties or we need to take confidential advice, we will endeavour to resolve this and, where necessary, have a brief adjournment, but the meeting can be proceeded where curate. I will now explain the running of this meeting. Members will declare any interest received, an update on planning matters, and then determine each planning item. For each item, the planning officer will make a representation of the application following their presentation. The officer will then read out any written deputations submitted in accordance with the amended standing orders for deputations. Members will then ask questions, make comments and return the application. So we're going on to introductions. So now I'd like to invite members to introduce themselves. I will read your names out in alphabetical order. Can you please reply by stating your name and saying that you're present, and wherever you are attending this meeting here as a full-time committee member or as a standing order or standing deputy for the full member. I will pause for a few seconds between calling each member. Those who are not able to confirm that they are present will be recorded as absence from this meeting. So now, first of all, I call my Deputy Chair, Councillor Judith Smythe. Councillor Judith Smythe. Sorry, Councillor, could you put your microphone on? We couldn't hear you. We still can't hear you, Councillor. You're still muted. Sorry, I still can't seem to hear you at all. Hello? Hello? Judith Smythe, could you say? Still can't hear Councillor Judith Smythe.
You're on mute.
Yes, Judith Smythe is on mute. Can I take that as she present or no? Yes? No, we need to hear you, Councillor Judith Smythe. Sorry, you're on mute. She says she's not on mute. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Smythe in a second, see if anybody else has got a problem there. Okay, Councillor Matthew Atkins, could you introduce yourself, please?
Councillor Matthew Atkins, present, Lord Mayor, and a full time member.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins, I can hear you. Councillor Chris Atwell, please.
Chris Atwell, present, Chair.
Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Councillor Lee Hunt, present, Chair.
Councillor Donna Jones. Councillor Donna Jones.
Councillor Jones,
Sorry.
Yes, Chair. Councillor Jones is having connectivity issues, struggling to get on.
Right, I'll come back to her in a minute then. Councillor Terry Norton.
Yeah, present, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Lynn Stagg.
Councillor Lynn Stagg, present. We'll say Lord Mayor then.
I know people still
Chair.
keep saying that, Councillor Stagg. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please. Would you switch your microphone on?
Luke Stubbs, present, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claire Oodie, please. Could you please switch your mic on?
Councillor Claire Udy, present, Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Judith Smythe.
Councillor Judith Smythe, present, Chair.
Lovely, I can hear you. Thank you very much. All counted and correct. Councillor Donna Jones, I just need to hear Councillor Donna Jones and then I can move on. Councillor Donna Jones. No, can't hear her yet.
Still struggling to get on. So,
okay. So what I'll do then, I'll give a couple of minutes break then while we wait for that, because if I carry on through here, I'll have to stop again. So can I ask Peter, could we have a couple of minutes break until we get Councillor Donna Jones on, please? Thank you.
How about we do the minutes? I mean, that's not going to be controversial, is it?
No, I'd rather wait, Councillor Lee.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Councillor Donna Jones is trying to get in.
Okay,
Here she is.
Chair.
Right. Okay. So sorry, lovely. So if I just go again,
I'm going to throw out the window, and instead I'm on my own iPad, which I'm sticking with for the duration of this meeting because it works. Okay.
That's fine. Can I just ask Councillor Donna Jones, you're here, present and correct?
I am, and I do have a declaration. I don't know if you got to that level yet or not, so I will wait to see. But I do have a declaration of interest.
Okay, so members, so Councillor Donna Jones is here. So now can I please ask the officers to confirm that they are present as follows. And Ian Maguire, who's the Assistant Director of Planning and Economic Growth.
Yes, I am present, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Simon Turner, who's the Development Manager Team Leader.
I'm present.
Thank you very much, Simon. Rebecca Altman is the Principal Planning Officer. Rebecca?
Yes, Rebecca Altman, present.
Thank you very much. James Galini, I think I said that correct. Planning Officer.
Almost correct. Yes, I'm present.
I won't try that again, James. But anyway, welcome. Simon Dunn-Lewin, who is the Interim Planning Officer.
Yes, Chair. I am present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kieran Lavine, Planning Legal Advisor.
Yes, I'm present, Chair.
Thank you very much. And obviously Jane De Niro, Local Democracy Officer.
Yes, Chair, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So now we're going on to apologies. The first item of the agenda is, are there any apologies? I was asked the Local Democratic Officer to confirm whether they have received any apologies for absence.
No, Chair, there have been no apologies. I think everybody's here.
Yeah, I think we are all present and correct. Thank you, Jane. So declarations of interest. Obviously completes let me just have that completes the attendance record of the meeting. Yes, I will now move on to the agenda item 2, which is declarations of members' interest. So I'm going to start with myself. It's personal and prejudicial, and that's on the very first item, Havant Road. I will be switching my computer off and leaving the building for a few minutes, I'm sure, and I will be handing over to my deputy chair, Councillor Judith Smythe, who will take that on. So thank you for that. So that's for me. Councillor Lynn Stagg, you had a declaration.
Yes, I have declaration of interest, personal and prejudicial, I think, for item number 4, which is the Havant Road one. In that my daughter works for SSJ, so I'll be switching off my camera and microphone.
Yeah, I would just stand by ready with your phone,
Yes,
just in case they need to
stay in
ring.
the house.
Yes, that's it. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. And Councillor Donna Jones, I know you showed you had an interest of some sort. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I have got a declaration of interest in the Portsmouth Football Club application. The last item on the agenda, personal and pecuniary, in that I am the Stadium Director of Portsmouth Football Club and have been leading this piece of work.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And saying if you keep your phone on, because they can call you when we're ready for the next item, if that's not the last one. Councillor Terry Norton, I understand you had a declaration of some sort.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I have a personal interest in the first application, as I've done some casework as a ward councillor, and therefore won't vote, but will do a deputation.
Thank you very much. And members, any more declarations at all? If you can just put your hands up, just make sure we've got all that. It's all the legal side done. Okay then. So so we now move on to the next item for updates of any planning applications. Mr. Turner, do we have any updates for any of the members this afternoon at all?
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of appeal decisions we thought we ought to update members with that came in on, I think, on Friday for HMOs of interest to the Planning Authority. 7 Beatrice Road and at 32 Montgomery Road, both in the wider Southsea area. Both applications from small HMOs to large HMOs with the provision of 1 extra person up to 7 people. Both applications were not supported by the local planning authority because their shared communal area was below the 34 square metres set out in the supplementary planning guidance document. And the inspector, in a nutshell, supported the authority on that point. Although some of the bedrooms were above size, the minimum standard size, a couple in one property and I think 6 out of 7 in the other property. Nevertheless, on both occasions, the inspector felt that it was important to provide the standard set out size of 34 square metres, and so both appeals were dismissed.
Thank you very much. Is anything else to add at all, Mr. Turner, at all?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I noticed Councillor Terry Norton, did you want to say something, or was that? No, sorry about that. Okay, that was on my chat there. So I'm going to change over now to my deputy chair for, obviously, for the very first item. And I know that myself, Councillor Lynn Stagg, will be leaving this meeting. So I'm going to hand over now to my vice chair, Councillor Judith Smythe, please, to introduce the very first item this afternoon. Councillor Judith Smythe.
Do you want me to do the minutes or not? Have we got minutes of the last meeting?
Sorry. No, sorry, Councillor. There are no minutes of the meeting. Sorry. Yes. So, Councillor Judith Smythe, I'll hand over to you. Have a nice meeting. Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. See you all later. Look forward to it.
Bye bye.
Okay, I'd like to ask Rebecca Altman to introduce the application for 187 Havant Road, which is the conversion of a care home into 13 self-contained units of move-on accommodation. And so if I could ask Rebecca to do the presentation and then to read out the deputations, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Could everybody see the presentation that I've shared on the screen? Yep. Okay. This application, you will be aware, came to the Planning Committee on the 22nd of July and was deferred to enable us to hear additional local residents who wish to make a deputation request. So that's the reason it's come back for us today. The application relates to a two-storey detached building which lies on the north side of Havant Road in Drayton. The previous use of this building was as a care home, up to 10 bedrooms. This use ceased probably about 2.5 years ago now. It has been vacant other than for a current temporary period where it's been used to house vulnerable people during the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand that temporary use has either ceased now or is due to cease a bit later this month. The application proposes to change the use of this building from a care home to 13 units of what's referred to as move-on accommodation. If you look at paragraph 5.4 in the Planning Committee report, it sets out the Homelessness Foundation's definition of move-on accommodation, which is accommodation to help formerly homeless people move into their own independent living in due course. So this would provide temporary accommodation. In this case, we have gone for a maximum of 2 years, after which the plan is that they would then move on to more permanent living. So that's the background to the proposal. In terms of the application site, it lies within a fairly large plot with a large rear garden and a front garden area with a driveway access with a small parking area in the front. To the east and west of the site are single residential dwellings. Here and here, there's a care home further along to the east, and to the north there are some further residential properties you can see up here. As you can see, it's quite a verdant field to this area with lots of trees along the road frontages. There are no protected trees on the site though. And then just to explain it, opposite the site is the Havant Road Local Centre, and there's a variety of facilities here including convenience stores, pharmacies, hair salons, shops and cafes. Some photographs of the site. This is from Havant Road. This shows the existing driveway access and the building as it is now. This is the parking area that exists, where you've got the driveway and you can park up to 3 cars on there. And this just shows the Havant Road Local Centre, which lies opposite the site, and the tree, which is on the frontage with Havant Road. And then some photographs of the actual site surrounding the building itself. Top left is the rear garden, which you see is quite extensive, quite a lot of planting along the boundaries. This then shows a relationship with number 185 Havant Road here, which is a residential dwelling. And then the bottom left photo shows a relationship with number 189 Havant Road here. And this final photograph shows the boundary between the application site and number 189. The proposal would be entirely carried out internally, so the site plan and the elevations you see here are as existing and as is proposed to be retained, other than the garden areas which would be tidied up and then maintained by the Society of St James, who are the applicants. In terms of the floor plan, I've got the existing floor plan on the top and the proposed beneath. So on the ground floor at the moment, there's a mixture of care home bedrooms with kitchen and lounge area. The proposal is to convert that to 6 flats for the move-on accommodation. These would each contain the bedroom, living space and a small kitchenette with an ensuite bathroom. You can see them in separate colours there. On the ground floor as well, the applicants have added a utility and laundry room. And this was in response to some concerns that were raised that the residents did not seem to have access to laundry facilities. So a laundry room has been proposed in here, and there would be drying areas within the rear garden. On the upper floor, again, a mixture of bedrooms and lounges as existing, converted then into a further 7 flats, varying in sizes there between 17 and 26 square metres. All of the windows would be as they are now. There's no new windows proposed. So in terms of the relationship with the neighbours, just see some photographs to show, as I said, there are no new windows proposed, and windows to any bathroom areas would be obscure glazed. There would be, I've tried to indicate here some of the views from some of the side windows at first floor level, which do overlook towards the neighbouring residential property, and that's a situation which currently exists. Other windows would look towards blank walls and wouldn't pose any impact in terms of overlooking. Similarly, to the rear of the site, there would be then oblique views into the rear gardens of the neighbouring properties. This is not an uncommon situation in relationship of buildings along a row. Towards 189, you can see there's quite a substantial landscape boundary which prevents any direct looking into the garden there. And then in terms of number 189, there would be some views from the windows of flats 11 and 12 towards the rear part of that property, which again is existing. And in terms of parking, which is a concern that has been raised in a number of representations, as explained, they want to keep the existing parking area as it is, which they believe can accommodate around 3 cars. They feel the applicants have explained that the residents themselves are unlikely to own cars because of the circumstances in which they have come from, being formerly homeless. We have assessed the application on the basis of the information provided and feel that in this case it's acceptable and justifiable to have parking which doesn't necessarily accord with the council's adopted standards. I'll just leave you there with the floor plans and just want to update you on some matters now. If you can look at the supplementary matters, you'll see that following the publication of the report, which indicated 120 representations have been received, we received a further 10 representations in objection to the scheme and a further 1 representation in support of the scheme. Officers feel that the matters raised in these additional representations have been addressed through the report. So the application before you is recommended for conditional permission, and this would be subject to securing the mitigation towards the impact on the Solent Special Protection Area. So that concludes my presentation of the scheme. If you're happy with me to move straight on to deputations, I will do so.
Yes, please do.
Yep.
Please do, Rebecca.
Okay. So to explain, we have a total of 6 written deputations, which I'm going to read out in full from members of the public. Before I do so, I just want to explain that there is some language in some of these deputations which are not necessarily particularly comfortable language, but I am going to read them in full as they've been submitted so as not to prejudice anybody's views being heard today. The first deputation that I'm going to read is from Mr. Marcus Kay, who was the former resident of number 189 Havant Road, is sadly deceased. However, his daughter has also given us some additional comments to add to his original objection. So this first objection is for Mr. Marcus Kay. My reasons are as follows. This property is an area which is unsuitable both for the prospective occupants and the local residents. A site such as Southsea or Portsmouth would be more in keeping with the type of property that they would realistically move into. This is a 1-bedroom rented flat in an area with more social activities such as cinemas, restaurants, laundrettes, etc. Drayton is an area with many elderly residents and with a lack of facilities for young people. There are no laundry facilities available and no nightlife either for young people. 2. The cramped prison-like living area is unhealthy and will result in these residents having little to do but roam Havant Road to the inconvenience and annoyance of slow-moving, frail elderly residents with mobility problems. 3. No proper 24-hour supervision to prevent bullying or grooming of residents. And 4. No provision of professional mental care, which is essential for these types of residents. This will cause overuse of the Drayton surgery, already overstretched with elderly health needs, and GPs have not got the facilities for professional mental care. That's the comments from Mr. Marcus Kay, and I've now got some additional comments from his daughter to add to that. Drayton is the wrong location for this type of accommodation. There will be a constant flow of new people and possibly their visitors who have no ties to the local community and no wish to contribute. The high density of people will be detrimental to parking and services in the area and for the local elderly community who already are very vulnerable. The noise levels have increased since residents moved in and there has been some shouting and swearing. This will be amplified if the present intake is increased to 13, as in the proposed application. The average flat is 19.88 metres squared in total, woefully small with no additional communal spaces provided. This accommodation is supposed to be temporary, yet residents can stay up to 2 years living in these cramped conditions with no leisure or sports facilities to help with their rehabilitation. This will be detrimental to the mental health of residents whose needs are already complex. Drayton is quite a quiet area with many young families and elderly people. There have been far too many developments of family houses in the past, and this scheme will push away yet more young families and will change the area for the worst. And that was from Susanna Williams. The second deputation that I'm going to read out is from Mrs. Julie Salmon, a local resident. To whom it may concern, I wish my comments to be a written representation and objection to the decision to convert 187 Havant Road, Drayton. First of all, I am disappointed and disheartened that the proposal was deferred to a later date, causing the local 105 residents who had already disapproved of this conversion and the 6 who agreed with the plans to have to rewrite their deputations if they want to be heard. Surely this is a desperate attempt to rush through and not a fair way to handle the majority objections and oppositions to this proposal. Why was the closing date for residents to make deputations before the agenda for the meeting actually released? These are my concerns. 1. This property isn't suitable for 13 self-contained flats with not enough refuse or parking facilities. It is also nestled next to many care homes with elderly residents who have earned the right to peace and quiet in the final years. 2. Drayton has a large population of elderly residents who simply do not feel comfortable with the calibre of the residents, often whom have substance abuse and significant mental health issues. Indeed, there is already a few residents there on a temporary basis, I believe, who congregate outside the local co-op, causing trouble and attract an unruly element. This concerns me greatly after living here 20 plus years. They look frankly terrible, like dead people walking, and to put these unfortunate people in an affluent area is frankly ridiculous and is a recipe for disaster. This is not the area to put them in when you have properties available near the QA area. 3. It is my understanding that residents have to be out of the property for large parts of the day and will add to the congregation of small groups outside off licenses and shops that old people and children walk up and down daily. 4. There are many temptations and many restaurants and bars and retail outlets that are already struggling, and my fear with the level of break-ins and opportunist theft, this is not a good area for recovering addicts and people with substance abuse problems. 5. There are also many school children that walk past that area to and from school and do not need to hear or see some of what I have witnessed already with some of the temporary residents. I urge you to oppose this. I have also spoken to many local residents, some elderly, to go through this process, and the shopkeepers and businesses trying to keep afloat. Many thanks, Mrs. J. Salmond. The third deputation we have received is from a Mr. Darren Brewer, who is a local businessman in the city. Good afternoon. I wish to make an objection to the above planning application. As a local businessman and developer in the city, I am encouraged to see reuse of buildings within Portsmouth. However, I believe this application is technically incorrect in my opinion. 187 Havant Road has until recently been used as C2 care home. This property, I believe, has been empty for a couple of years, and now there is an application for 13 self-contained C3 move-on units. I cannot seem to find anywhere what a move-on unit is in planning terms, and as such I believe that these could be 13 times C3 flats with their own kitchens and bathrooms. I also believe that the VOA will deem these as individual units and ban them separately for council tax reasons. If this is the case, then these flats are C3 and they do not seem to meet PCC space standards and parking standards, and as such this alone should be a reason for refusal. All 13 flats are below the minimum space standards, with the biggest being 25 square metres and the smallest being 17 square metres. Also, I believe that parking should be required for individual flats, as should social housing being provided for a new build or conversion development. According to PCC affordable housing requirements, developments with 11 to 14 units should be provided 25% as affordable units. This doesn't seem to apply to this application. The applicant could argue that all the units are for vulnerable people and as such does not need to provide for the social housing element of the scheme. However, what if the owner sells the property in the future? Technically, with a C3 planning permission used for 13 units, these could be sold off individually in years to come. If planning is granted, then PCC are creating micro flats for the future, which doesn't sit with their current space standards policy, added with the fact that each flat will have their own council tax banding and bill. I also note that this property has no communal living area with only a shared utility room, and as such could be classed as a sui generis HMO property depending on the Article 4 directive and the HMO room standard requirements. Finally, if PCC Planning Committee allow this planning permission to be granted, there will be other applications coming in from various applicants for substandard C3 flats, and I struggle to see how PCC will be able to refuse them on the basis of minimum space standards and parking. I, for one, in the future may apply for planning of conversion of a building into micro substandard C3 flats if PCC grant this permission. I ask PCC Planning Committee to take this objection into consideration and refuse this application. Kind regards, Darren Brewer. Right, the fourth deputation we've received from J.M. Parry of 193A Havant Road. The strategic vision for the City of Portsmouth commits the City Council to a policy of consulting and engaging in dialogue with communities and using that feedback to shape our services and inform improvements. As a result, I wish to make some additional remarks regarding the above application to reinforce those detailed comments already expressed in my letter of the 20th of July 2020. You will be aware that the overwhelming majority of residents and businesses in Drayton and Farlington most strongly object to the conversion of the above property to move-on accommodation, to be operated by the Society of St James on behalf of Portsmouth City Council. As an Abbeyfield property, it nested comfortably within the neighbourhood, but as move-on accommodation, especially with a constant turnover of residents, it threatens to disrupt and significantly impact the character and way of life in Drayton. An indication of this adverse trend became apparent during the strict restrictions associated with the COVID-19 crisis. Individuals who were clearly residents in 187 Havant Road exhibited various forms of antisocial behaviour while indulging in alcohol on the boundary with the road, including swearing and spitting at passers-by, some of whom were elderly. Needless to say, it was not possible to get the police to attend to these incidents. I am not aware that any risk assessment about the potential impact on the local community has been commissioned or published in relation to this application. I believe that a rigorous independent risk assessment is vital about the likely scale of potential crime and antisocial behaviour that will be associated with this facility before consideration of this application proceeds, and certainly before any decision. The Society of St James's prospectus on its website does not convey confidence that offences and trespasses committed by residents at 187 Havant Road are likely to be restrained or addressed. The council might have a plan and intention to tackle homelessness, deal with drug abuse and rehabilitate criminals, but these aspirations should not be at the expense of the local council tax-paying inhabitants. You have seen that they are almost universally opposed to agreeing or consenting to this radical change of use at the heart of the Drayton community. The city's strategic plan states that parts of Portsmouth are highly attractive and still very affordable. By increasing the variety of homes and tenure available whilst improving neighbourhoods, the city can retain more graduates and retain more spend from more highly paid senior managers in the city. I would argue that permitting the change of use in this case will be to the severe detriment of this objective and to this settled, family-orientated area of the city with its high number of elderly residents and school-aged children, where residents and businesses have established a safe, stable and secure living and working environment. Thank you. I have two more deputations from local residents. This one is a deputation from Mr. Spencer Gardner. 1. The Council's Parking Standards and Transport Assessments, SPD, gives a parking standard of 13 car parking spaces. The parking SPD at 3.3 allows flexibility, but requires for both robust evidence and robust justification where not followed. The application fails to provide a proper parking plan. They have failed to complete a parking travel assessment. Their evidence is far from robust. The application states residents do not generally have access to vehicles and so will not require parking on the site. This statement is completely without supporting evidence. Given the proposal is to accommodate occupants for a period of up to 2 years, it would not be unreasonable for one to expect that with rehabilitation and support, a number of residents may well be in a position to look to procure a vehicle during this time. 2. The application fails to comply with nationally described space standards in contravention of PCS 19. I am concerned that the applicant's suggestion, because those being accommodated will have recently been homeless, then the minimum space standards should not apply to them. The space standards are in place to ensure that residents can have proper enjoyment of their accommodation without living in cramped conditions. Everyone is entitled to at least these minimum standards. 3. Both the applicant and planning officer have, I am sure mistakenly, misdescribed the test set out in PCS 19 as to when exceptional circumstances apply, such that minimum space requirements can justifiably be contravened. Whilst providing homelessness and rehabilitation services is of course a worthy and much needed resource, this in and of itself does not automatically satisfy the relevant test. The applicant erroneously refers to the test narrowly as being one of exceptional circumstances, whereas the full test as given in PCS 19 is exceptional circumstances where it can be shown that the standards are not practical or viable. All new dwellings and conversions should meet Portsmouth City Council minimum space standards for internal floor space. The applicant has not provided any evidence or set out an analysis to demonstrate that it is not practicable or viable for the conversion to meet minimum space standards. They opted to increase the number of units from 10 to 13 and have not demonstrated that it was not practicable or viable to retain 10 units. The Planning Officer's Committee report at paragraph 5.12 adopts that same mistaken approach, ignoring the requirement that the developer demonstrate it is not practicable or viable to otherwise meet minimum space standards. They instead opt to make up their own test that somehow the applicant need only demonstrate the overall benefits of the scheme to justify subjecting residents to cramped conditions. 4. The applicants have failed to provide an analysis of potential other sites that were considered or could be considered, with an analysis of why it was concluded this site was the favoured one. The applicant failed to undertake any community consultation whatsoever. Again, the committee are left without key information that would otherwise aid their decision making. 5. The planning officer has given little thought to the basic planning measures that would help support residents of any scheme, as well as neighbouring residents and the wider community. The committee report makes no mention of consideration or planning conditions to ensure that only those with a local connection to the Portsmouth area are offered housing, thus preventing the risk of attracting those from outside the area and having the unintentional consequence of worsening homelessness in the city and leading to those with a local connection missing out on accommodation at the site. The applicant's website states they provide housing for offenders, although this is not mentioned in their application. During the time the site has been used on an emergency basis in the last months, there have been a number of blue light attendances. Please would the applicant confirm the specific number of times the emergency services have had to attend the site. To manage the risks of antisocial behaviour, it is common for such proposed developments, conversions, to have planning conditions attached requiring specific assessments of potential residents prior to accommodating, an expected code of conduct for residents, and an eviction policy for those who fail to conduct themselves properly. 6. There is a glaring lack of consideration about planning design steps that could be used to make the site as safe as possible. For example, outside lighting requirements to promote security and a detailed CCTV plan with accompanying planning condition. It is startling that the council employs an officer with the job title of Crime Prevention Design Advisor, but they failed to provide any comment whatsoever when invited to do so. 7. Councillor Lee Hunt at the 22nd of July Planning Committee and Councillor Dean Sanders, as quoted in the news, have stated the site has been empty for 2 years, the inference being that there is a lack of interest for other development. This is misleading. A land registry check shows the site has been owned by the applicant since January 2019. This is a reason why it has been empty for so long. The final deputation I have from a local resident is from Mrs. Dawn Young. Dear Sirs, I am writing yet again to express my objection to this conversion. I am dismayed that the proposal was deferred to a later date, causing the 105 residents who have already disapproved of this conversion and the 6 who agreed with the plans to have to rewrite their deputations if they want to be heard. Why was the closing date for residents to make deputations before the agenda for the meeting actually released? These are some of my concerns. 1. This property is not suitable for 13 self-contained flats with not enough refuse or parking facilities. 2. The property will not let its residents stay inside for a significant part of the day. What are they meant to do? Buses or possibly taxis into town will eat up a large part of any benefits they receive, and they will be stuck in Drayton with nothing to entertain them and nowhere to go. This is not the best idea for recovering addicts. 3. Drayton has a large elderly population who would be afraid and at risk from those who unfortunately have a less altruistic attitude than the Society of St James. We also have schools in the community, and the children walk up to the shops in Havant Road daily, not only at lunchtime but after school. 4. Drayton is a small town with small businesses trying hard to keep their heads above water without the extra burden of this planned residence opposite and the negative effect it could have on their business. It would also be detrimental to those it is trying to help who are suffering from alcohol addiction and substance abuse. 5. It could also increase the amount of illegal activity not only from those living in the development but also the abusers and suppliers it would attract. Not a good thing for the hard-working community who have bought houses and strived all their life to live in a quiet area of Portsmouth. All in all, there are more suitable places closer to town that may be roomier and with better facilities that are close to transport and trains, to hospitals and entertainment. Yours faithfully, Mrs. D. Young. So that concludes the deputations from members of the public. I now have a deputation statement which has been made by the applicant, which I will now read out.
Thank you very much.
This is from the applicant, who are the Society of St James. We are a charity and housing association seeking to develop this property to create greater opportunities for people previously experiencing homelessness but who are ready to move on into greater independence. Need for this accommodation has been endorsed by PCC and will contribute to reduction of rough sleeping in Portsmouth. We have been working with Portsmouth City Council on their homelessness and rough sleeping strategy. This accommodation is a key to the long-term solution. This development is being funded by borrowing and a grant from Homes England. The grant application was supported by PCC and was awarded on condition that the scheme be operational by March 2021, which we can achieve by starting on site in September. Failure to complete the scheme in this window will forfeit government funding and set back the homelessness housing programme for several years. I am happy to address some of the issues raised by others. The scheme is not specifically for young people and can accommodate adults with a range of ages and backgrounds who have demonstrated their readiness to live more independently. Those put forward for the scheme will usually have been through other stages of housing assistance, and this is seen as the last stage before they are ready to take on accommodation in the general rental market. Each unit will be self-contained, but is far from being prison-like. For many, this will be the largest accommodation they have been able to access for a number of years and is a step up from a room in a shared house or in a hostel. Similar schemes we manage are very popular and we expect to have a waiting list. Resident feedback often highlights how people do not want a large flat to manage or furnish. It is too much of a challenge compared to their previous accommodation. The lack of social activities will not be an issue, as many will already have activities or social networks in Portsmouth they will continue to access. Some have family members in the city they will visit. Once settled into their accommodation, a number of our residents attend college or obtain employment. The key aspect of this accommodation is for the residents to have independence without the need for communal facilities and to learn to fend for themselves. The residents don't require 24-hour supervision, and many will not have had 24-hour support in their previous accommodation either. Society of St James staff will visit several times a week, but if required can be contacted anytime using our 24-hour on-call system. Our out-of-hours team can attend the property at nights and weekends to resolve issues, such as maintenance issues or health concerns. Local residents can also be provided with the SSJ emergency numbers to report any issues or concerns should such things arise. Some residents may have mental health issues and will already be receiving support from the local services. This arrangement would continue once living in Havant Road, so it is not anticipated that this would create a burden on GP practices in the area. However, as with anyone else, residents may choose to exercise their choice of which GP surgery they are registered with. There will be staff from SSJ and other agencies visiting the building, but the parking proposed will be adequate for this. Much of the face-to-face support from other professionals takes place in their offices, so it is rare to have social workers visit our schemes. Residents are unlikely to own cars. Many have very few possessions of any kind. One of the reasons for choosing this location for the property is good access to public transport as well as a healthy selection of local shops and services. The location was carefully chosen following discussion with PCC. It has good access to shops and services, but is far enough from Portsmouth city centre or other large town centres that can be prone to offering a social environment detrimental to those who are overcoming personal issues, some of which may be addictions or compulsive disorders brought on by others. The property was formerly a care home and so has been in multiple occupation for a number of years but has sat empty. The property is not suited to family accommodation. As such, it lends itself to some sort of shared or flatted accommodation. We hope this addresses a number of the issues raised, but would like the local councillors and local residents to know that we intend to make this a successful scheme that brings much needed accommodation to Portsmouth. We are a charity with many years' experience in delivering help for those in need and see this as a long-term investment for us and the city. That concludes the deputations that I have to read out. I understand there are two councillors to speak.
Thank you, Rebecca. I've actually got three councillors who wish to speak. Terry Norton, which I'll take first. Steve Weems, who I'll take second, and Councillor Darren Sanders, I'll take third. So, Terry, would you like to go first, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, am I able to ask Councillor Weems to go first, if that's okay, so I can pick up on any points that are missing?
Yes, that's fine by me. Councillor Weems, Steve Weems, would you like to come?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. As a ward councillor, I recognise that fear of the unknown may be a motivator in many of the objections concerning this application before you today. Often those fears can be unfounded, as I and my then ward colleagues knew when we supported a drug rehab facility in Waterworks Road in Farlington, despite local opposition. It's not that we chose to ignore that opposition, but just that we were confident those fears would not be realised. As a councillor that also regularly helps at the Robert Doling project to feed the street homeless in Portsmouth, you would then perhaps be expecting me to support this application. I have to tell you now that I do not. The reasons I don't support this application are, as they should be, for planning reasons concerning both the prospective occupants and the adjoining neighbours. Because the prospective occupants would previously have been rough sleepers, that doesn't mean this city should expect them to be grateful for substandard accommodation. The minimum space standards for a single unit of accommodation is 35 square metres. 4 of the 13 proposed units are just about half that. The best unit is only 26 square metres, not even 3/4 of the minimum. In all, there should be 455 square metres in total for the bed sits. There is only 265, some 190 square metres short, and only just over half of the requirement. Even then, these units include the shower room and the kitchen area, making the living space intolerably small. Could you have coped in lockdown in a living space 12 foot by 10, including the bed? Is it any wonder that the evidence of lockdown when the homeless were housed here is that, to the consternation of residents, the occupants loiter outside the property, often sat on the wall, causing mayhem? Why should we be surprised? The current occupants are some way from their normal support networks and with only limited public transport to go anywhere. The evidence is there. That's not speculation. There is certainly no communal rooms proposed, unlike those that existed for the previous rest home residents, which also means that the concerns of overlooking by the adjoining residents are more than valid. The proposed residents, if they are not loitering outside or further afield, will have only their small rooms in which to be. There will therefore be an even greater preponderance for overlooking than the previous residents, who could at least relocate from their bedrooms within the building to a ground floor communal lounge, unlike the proposed residents whose bedroom would be at the same time their lounge. The City Council has received communications from the Society of St James, SJ, who will run this site, saying that they have establishments elsewhere that have such small rooms. Just because other local authorities have chosen to ignore space standards is not a justification for this authority doing likewise. SSJ have also claimed that they are a reputable organisation and that they would run the establishment responsibly. That may well be, although their lack of concern for space standards does make me question that. However, that is not the issue. The committee is not being asked. Sorry, I've lost my place there. The committee is not being asked to give SSJ planning permission, but to establish the planning permission for the land. Once a planning use is granted for a parcel of land, the reputation of the present owner or the managers of the site is irrelevant, as that site with that planning permission can be passed on to future owners or managers with less favourable reputations. Councillor Vernon Jackson, leader of the council, has recently been quoted in the media criticising private developers for seeking to convert old office buildings into accommodation below the city's space standards, calling them future slums. Isn't this just the same? Unless this is refused, his words are hollow. I urge this committee to refuse this application on the grounds of all rooms being significantly below space standards, leading to an over-intensive use of the site, and on the grounds of overlooking. Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, I think you're on mute still.
Could I see Councillor Terry Norton, please? Thank you, Councillor Weems.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so thank you for Councillor Weems as well. It saved me picking up many of the points that I wanted to make, and I'll try my very best not to go over them. The first thing I want to say is residents obviously contacted me to raise concerns about this and want some more information. So we did give residents as much information as we could and explain to them the options that they had in terms of making deputations. I do hope that all of their deputations, the written deputations that we requested, are included in today's deputations. I had many emails about this. It may be that, as I'm going through some of them now, that some of them didn't say that they requested it to be a written deputation, but there were many that were included, mainly in objection. And I think it's fair to say that the community as a whole do fundamentally object to this development for a number of reasons, although there are some in favour, and thank you to the Society of St James for sending me some information trying to address and clarify some of those points that were made. So in terms of this, it's difficult because when you, I think, look at these applications, one of the first things I do is I always look at my training notes from a year ago and look at what real material grounds are. And when I go through them, most instances, I think, no way this isn't material, so therefore we can't count it. But on all of these points here, impact on character and appearance, traffic and highways issues, impact on amenities, loss of overlook and privacy, increase of noise, impact on the environment, security fear and crime fears, which are all material. I think there are elements that can be considered within this application as reasons for refusal. The main one being, of course, the size standards. And it's not right that we're asking our cities vulnerable and those looking to move into independent accommodation to stay in effectively rabbit hutches, spaces which are significantly smaller than what we would allow a flat to be. So to clear this up, a C3 flat under normal standards is a flat with a self-contained unit that has a kitchen and bathroom of 34 square meters. This is significantly smaller than that, and it's not right that I think that these rooms are of a smaller size. On top of that, there are some concerns about what may follow on from this. I think if we allow this today, the floodgates will open and there'll be nothing to stop developers saying, well, hold on a minute, I'm going to create buildings, C3 units of that similar size, and because you'd allowed it to go through there. And what we don't want to do, to quote I think the leader of the council really, is create tomorrow's slums for today by creating small, tiny little apartments all across the city. Also, the council's committee that needs to discuss their recommendations for homeless and moving on have requested or said that they would like accommodations like this to be of 3 to 4 members. This is obviously more than that, and I think it's important to say that they also want those locations to be across the city, which, yes, we could argue this does, but again, it's far more than 13 is far more than 3 or 4 members residents at one time. In terms of the concerns that have been raised in a number of the objections about antisocial behaviour, although they're not material planning considerations, we do have to acknowledge them, I think. The police have been called a number of times to this facility in recent weeks, and of course residents will be concerned about that. But I think we do need to make the point that that's not a material ground. We can't refuse it based on that ground, but a point worth acknowledging, I think. The key thing for me here is the size. It's also the term of stay. There is some ambiguity about the time of stay there. You see 6 months to 2 years, although it could be up to 3 years, and 3 years to me isn't a short-term stay. And also, and some of these have been addressed in briefings that we've had, but I think it's important to say them on record so that those that are watching can understand the points that we want to make here. Access to crucial services, I think, is really important. And while I appreciate the Society of St James saying that being away from various influences and bad environments or negative environments is a good thing, actually, we've also heard the Society of St James say that lots of these residents will go to college, will look for employment, most of which I imagine will be in the city. So we do not want to cut off our vulnerable residents, I don't think. So in terms of location, I just don't think it's the right place for this to go. Take, for instance, the Moving On project, which are fantastic. charity in the city who I think this would be right up their street, looking to furnish properties for these individuals to move into. Well, that's in Charles Dickens Ward, which is a significant amount, of time and distance away. So, I think somewhere within the city would be better for this. Overall, this one last point from me, and it's just the point of, this is, it to me feels a little bit like avoiding a HMO. Really, there's no living space in there, which means that it doesn't require licensing. But that would be the alternative, wouldn't it? Fundamentally, space sizes there, some ambiguity about the time of stay and access to crucial services, all reasons why I feel that this item should be refused. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Could I have Councillor Darren Sardenders now, please?
Yeah. Nice, that'll teach me to mute myself on Teams. Thank you very much, Judith, and thank you very much to everybody for their discussions this afternoon. I've come on to express some support for this particular project, and I want to focus on two planning reasons. Various other, as Terry has said, reasons that are not necessarily material to planning decisions have been looked at this afternoon, or mentioned this afternoon, but I want to focus on two. And the first of those is housing need. There was some mention in the deputations around how it is council policy to house the homeless. That is true, but it's also government policy. We're currently facing, next week, we will be submitting a bid to government, which we're working on with government to keep everybody in. That's to keep all the rough sleepers that we currently house in our hotels in for at least a year, and then work with them to build, buy, and rent various properties across the city to house them. The government target is to deliver 3,300 across England, and Portsmouth will be taking its share of those. We're working with the government to see that it's happening, but it is very clear that there is a housing need to house rough sleepers, which was also consistent with the homelessness and rough sleeper strategy, which was also mentioned earlier on. So the housing need is clear. I want then to come to some aspects of residential amenity which have been raised. Now, I'm not going to turn around and denigrate the comments of local residents. I have Mill House in my own ward, which has been the key home of rough sleepers and the night service and the day service since it was set up in 2017. And yes, I have received complaints about various things. So I'm not going to denigrate these because it's understandable, but I want to try and comment on some points that have been raised. The first is around parking. The two hotels that we currently have for rough sleepers at Fratton Way and at Winston Churchill Avenue have not needed extra parking spaces. Mill House, Herb House and U House, which is on the Mill House side, has not needed extra parking spaces. So although there may not be any quantitative evidence in the reports with regards to the need for additional parking, experience suggests that there is actually less, that extra parking spaces are not needed, and that's with far many more people than would exist in this property. I want to then go to Mr. Kay, who then and some of the other objectors who talked about support. Government is very clear. If we are to get if we're to get homes to house rough sleepers, particularly move on accommodation, which is people who need the least amount of support, frankly, they usually need financial support primarily, as opposed to the intensive mental health support Mr. Kay was referring to. Support is a key part of the package. So anything that we do will have support there, and that support will be tailored to individuals. Every single rough sleeper who's currently residing in our hotels has had an individual assessment. And so that it's not as if people are going in blind, but I understand the particular concerns why. I have spoken to Mr. Brewer more than once about issues around his concerns, which he's raised in his deputation around properties. I'm particularly aware of the issues that private landlords have with the space standards in the city, and I'm sure that will be a planning discussion that will come out previously. We are also guided by public health experts who say that we need to have some form of self-contained accommodation, but if necessary, that could be a shared bathroom. I referred to Mr. Gardner, who kindly calls me Dean Sanders. I've been called much worse, Madam Chairwoman, in the past, so I'll happily accept being called Dean. but he talks about the issues around a local connection. And it's very clear from working with government that the need for a local connection, which has been abandoned in the policy of keeping everybody in, is important. And that's one of the things we're certainly stressing with government. And if government allows us to do it, we'll do it. The other aspect as well was around things like codes of conduct, sanctions, and evictions policies. Again, things which have been abandoned as government has instructed us to keep everybody in. I'm very keen that there will be codes of conduct, there will be sanctions, and there will be evictions. That has happened at the hotels that we have run, and those are things that we will continue to do, because we accept that people do have concerns and people do have issues, many of which are not relevant, do not focus on the planning matters in hand, but they're things that we would do. So I would broadly ask you to support this planning application, because it will it will help deal with the homelessness issue that we face. It will help us deliver the targets that exist, which government is imposing on us. And I would say this, I've been intrigued by the opponents this afternoon, because there do seem to be two different arguments emerging. The first, is put forward in his usual eloquent way by Councillor Williams, effectively says fewer flats would be fine. The objections from local residents also seem to be very clear, which is nothing would be fine. And I think as we go forwards, it would be interesting to tease out where committee member colleagues actually feel whether a smaller development would be fine or whether nothing would be fine. Personally, I think in order to satisfy the government targets that we have to do and to produce a plan to get rough sleepers off our streets and into accommodation and get a better life, this is something we should support. Madam Chairwoman, I'm very grateful as always, Judith, for your time, and thank you very much for accepting me at such a late stage.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. We've now moved on to the part of the item where it's our opportunity as members of the Planning Committee to ask questions of Rebecca Altman or other planning officers who are present. Anybody, any questions about this?
Chair, before you go on, can I just ask Councillor Norton to now leave the meeting, having given his deputation, and just get out of earshot of any of the proceedings at this stage?
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Norton, you'll absent yourself, please. Have you gone? Can you advise me, Peter, whether he's gone or not?
The paradox would be that obviously he can't respond without participating.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, I'm going to take it as read that he's taken the advice that he can't participate in the meeting and is not participating in the meeting.
Okay. Any other members, do you have any questions of Rebecca?
Yes, Madam Chairman, are we not using the chat facility for this?
We're using it. You can put RTS up, yes, and I've got it in front of me, and I haven't got anybody saying RTS.
I can see two. I've got me and Matt.
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. You're going to have to help me as we go on. I've got a problem with that facility. Would you like to go first then, Councillor Stubbs?
Thank you. Yeah, just 2 points really. So firstly, one of the deputies, I'm sorry I've forgotten which one, said that in similar applications it is the norm to have planning conditions which include evictions policies and so on. Now, I would have thought that would be a little unusual for planning, but I wonder if one of the officers would comment on that. And then my other question is, does the whole notion of move-on accommodation exist in planning law? I mean, is it defined in any such way? I haven't been able to find a definition of it. So is it something which has a meaningful definition, but bearing in mind, of course, that this site could be subject to further application at a later date?
Any answers to that?
Yeah, sorry, this is Rebecca Waltman. I think your first question there was about whether it's usual to have conditions about eviction policies and things like that. I would say no, it's not a usual thing. It's not the sort of thing that we would be controlling through a planning condition, or would be appropriate to control through a planning condition. Your second one, you asked about the definition of move-on accommodation. It doesn't have a specific definition in planning policy. The definition which I quoted within the committee report, which is paragraph 5.4, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Yeah, which is from the Homelessness Foundation. which explains that it's accommodation to help people move into independence from previous rough sleeping and hostels. It's a stepping stone, and that is really the definition that we've taken as what this proposal is for. But no, there isn't a specific planning definition, so we have considered them as C3 units, which I think is clear within the committee report. Sorry, I have to apologise because I missed the second part of Councillor Stubbs' third query. Was it to do with this site being sold on?
No, those were the two.
Those were the two. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I've now got Councillor Atkins for a question. Councillor Atkins for a question.
Yes, Anthony. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you very well.
Hello?
Hello? Councillor Atkins? I can't hear you very well.
Others in the meeting hear me.
Can you put your face closer to the computer?
Hello, can you hear me?
Just come a bit closer to the computer.
I'm about as close as I can be, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, that's better.
Okay. My questions, I have to some of those relating to maybe one of the deputations. I'll start with the one, the point of Councillor. I'm also quite concerned about this.
Madam Chairman, apologies. As officers, we cannot hear Councillor Atkins, so we won't be able to answer his question. I don't know if there is some problem with his microphone, because we can hear that he's speaking, but we cannot make out any words.
I'm in the same position. Matthew, can you just see if you can improve the situation, or I'll come back to you after any other questions? Anybody else want to do a question while we're waiting for Matthew to come back?
Madam Chairman, Councillor Jones has requested to speak.
Thank you. Councillor Jones, your question.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine.
Great. Okay, fab. My question was really to Rebecca Altman, to the planning officer, around the space standards point that was raised by one of the deputations. And obviously, as these are not individual flats, if it was done on that basis, the planning application, they wouldn't meet the space standards. We know that the planning inspector, in our update before the meeting agenda started proper, upheld a refusal by this committee under space standard concerns we had for a property in Southsea. So we know that they are, the planning inspectorate are still putting a proportionate amount of weight on that space standard requirement in national planning law. Now, following on from that, we know that this is not an application for 12 flats. That's absolutely fine. So therefore, then, it's a property that is not 12 flats. It is one dwelling with a lot of people living in it. Therefore, to me, under planning classification, this would be a house of multiple occupation, and as such would then have other requirements which it also does not meet. So I just want clarification in exactly how we should be viewing this application today. I'm assuming it's not as 12 flats. It's also not an application for a sui generis. We've been told that moving on accommodation is not recognised formally in planning law. So what exactly is it we're being asked to decide on? And can we have clarification on exactly what that is, please?
Thank you, Councillor Jones. I think the way that we have assessed this scheme is as a specific type of housing. We have accepted that they are self-contained units and therefore given them the use class C3 as if they are self-contained units. But we have taken into account the specific purpose of these units, the circumstances surrounding the nature of the occupants, and the needs that it would address in terms of meeting the homelessness objectives. And we have taken that view that in this particular case, and only in this particular case, not a precedent for others, that we would allow a reduction in the space standards in this instance. We have got a condition on there which makes it clear that this is only to be occupied as move-on accommodation for a maximum of 2 years. So that would ensure that it would be occupied only as is intended through this application. If it was ever sold on, it would then be occupied. It could only follow that condition. And if someone applied to vary or remove that condition, the fact that these are below space standards would be a reason to refuse this if they wanted to, say, turn it into independent private dwellings. So I hope that gives some explanation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I come back on that, please?
Yes.
So it's been treated as a C3, but it doesn't meet the C3 requirements by a very long way. There is no communal living space. This is this is way short of a C3, meeting the C3 standards and requirement, which have been through both national consultation, public inquiry, and the government have accepted the C3 requirement as part of the national planning policy framework. So I've never heard of Portsmouth City Council moving away from a nationally set policy around a sui generis usage for a house in multiple occupation for a particular use class, and then putting a condition on it to say that it can only be for this particular organisation and this particular usage, and then also now saying it doesn't set a precedent for other applications like this or other houses in multiple occupation elsewhere in the city. On that basis, I'm proposing refusal, because I think that yet again, as like the last meeting, officers are giving us advice that would put this council and this committee in an untoward legal position, which I don't think is defendable under planning law.
Perhaps I could ask a supplementary question on that point. This isn't a house in multiple occupancy because there's no, they're all self-contained with their own small
no, Chairman, the planning officer just confirmed it's been treated as a C3 application.
Yes, let me finish my question, please, Councillor. Is there another use class that this should be if it is self-contained accommodation, albeit very small, for this particular group of people?
Madam Chairman, I can assist. Because these are self-contained individual units, albeit small ones, they individually, or each unit, fall within use class C3. They're not living together as a broader family unit. They're not living together as an HMO. So these are 13 C3 units, albeit, as has been highlighted and is quite correct, very small and in fact substantially below the space standards one would expect to see. Because it is a unique use, however, one that we have secured through the imposition of a condition for the use of move-on accommodation. The condition does not require that Society of St James operate it, only that it's operated for move-on accommodation. Officers recommend that that is adequate to mitigate against that adverse implications of the smaller unit, but that is the judgment for members. It is a perfectly legitimate use of land, a perfectly enforceable set of planning conditions, but whether the quality of the living environment for the future occupiers in those small rooms is fit and proper is the fundamental judgment, if one will, for members to decide today. But I can reassure you the recommendation and the conditions are appropriate and adequate to secure the move-on accommodation that the applicant has sought. Whether that move-on accommodation is of adequate quality is, of course, for this committee to decide.
Thank you very much. Now, we had a question from Matthew Atkins. Is there a possibility that we can hear you now, Matthew?
Hello, Chair. Can you hear me now, Chair? Great.
Yeah.
So my two sets of questions. One relates to the condition, which may have been mostly covered, but I would like to go over it just slightly again. The condition specifies that this has to be moving on accommodation for people who are formerly homeless. In previous planning applications, for example, HMOs, where they have told us that they intend to use it for professional people, or a care home in the last application, which was intended for Navy veterans, we've been advised that we can't specify the type of future occupant of a type of property in planning conditions. I was wondering what makes this different, because I'm very concerned about the effectiveness of this particular condition, because without this condition, we are in effect doing what I think it was a deputation by Mr. Brewer said. We're effectively allowing a developer to create 13 flats in a building that we all accept does not have room for 13 flats. So the only thing that protects against that is this condition. And this condition appears to me to be doing something we've been advised on previous occasions we can't do. So could you advise why it is acceptable in this case that we specify this has to be formerly homeless in moving on in a moving on situation, whereas we're not allowed to specify the type of occupant you get in any other type of planning application that we've seen before us?
to assist, Chairman. Obviously, it is possible to specify the type of applicant where it is material to the planning consideration. A common activity for Portsmouth City Council, of course, when we deal with student accommodation, because we define that shall be used for student accommodation only. So what you can't do is define professional people versus non-professional market homes or similar. What is unreasonable from a conditions point of view is to seek to have a degree of control of the ongoing normal business operations of occupancy in that sort of way, i.e. that we would vet each and every occupant as the planning authority, because of course your job is to judge the development as a whole. It is common practice to obviously restrict occupancy. Generally, the most common, I've mentioned student already, is of course affordable housing that defines a particular benefit. And move on accommodation, the industry largely accepts is a form of affordable housing in that it is offered below market value to a group in need, in the same way affordable housing is offered by PCC as a housing authority as well, of course, but under different legislation and guidance. So because it is meeting a recognised material need, the housing of homelessness, just to be clear, move on accommodation is also frequently used for victims of domestic abuse. When government talks about move on accommodation, and members may recall they put significant money in 2018 into a fund to deliver move on accommodation across the country for people, rough sleepers leaving homelessness and victims of domestic abuse. And it's a number of charities and things have taken advantage of that fund to help deliver this sort of housing. So while it is not a planning definition, it isn't within the National Planning Policy Framework or other planning guidance, is a recognised industry term within the housing industry to understand what we're delivering. And because this would only be acceptable in officers' view, obviously members need to come to their own view with the reduced spaces for this particular target group for reasons as explained by the Society of St James's deputation. We feel that we can restrict it to move on accommodation and we feel that it does need an additional clarification of the 2-year period as well, and to be occupied in that way. But so we're confident it would be retained in perpetuity as that specific type of use, and consequently can be easily distinguished from other uses such as student housing or HMOs or micro flats because of that nature of occupancy. But whether nevertheless the actual product being created here is acceptable is obviously a separate matter that members are debating today.
Yeah, thank you. That's very helpful, Ian. I just follow up very quickly on that. Are you aware of this condition exists? Has it been used by other planning authorities? Have you used it before in this planning authority? Are we doing something slightly experimental here, or are you aware of examples where it's been found to be robust and work in the way that you're intending?
So from discussion with the team here, this is the first move on accommodation application we've received as Portsmouth City Council, and I can't point to another authority that's used this specific wording of condition for this specific use, but similar conditions to achieve similar goals for similar targeted occupancy are not uncommon, as I say, student accommodation being the more common example within Portsmouth, but we are satisfied this does the job of securing to move on accommodation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. I have a request from Donna Jones to speak again. Is this still a question, Councillor Jones?
I have one or two more questions as well myself.
Okay,
Chair, it might be better if Matt finishes his then, if that's okay with you, and then I'll come back in. I could make mine a question, but I will save it for comments if that makes things easier.
Councillor Atkins, have you got another question?
Yeah, so my other question, and it's still kind of on the same sort of legal theme to make sure that everything we're doing is robust. One, I was struck by one of the deputations, the deputation from Mr. Gardner, where he suggested you'd misapplied your own test, and I'm trying to use his words. I'm not suggesting that myself, but I would like to hear that addressed. I do kind of agree with him that the way round this application needs to be considered is that this is something we generally refuse, barring exceptional circumstances. But he suggests that our policy goes as far as saying that exceptional circumstances have to be where it can be shown that it is not practical or viable for the dwellings to meet the usual standards. And I agree with him that there's nothing in the application that suggests it's not practical or viable for them to make larger flats. They're offering a different exceptional circumstances different exceptional circumstances reason. But if he's correct that the test is the practical and viable one, then they're not meeting that test, are they? So is he correct that the test is he correct that the test that it must be in PCS 19 that it's exceptional circumstances where it can be shown that standards are not practical or viable? And then does it not appear that they're not meeting that test if that is the test?
Thank you. Yeah, so I was just struggling with my microphone there. Apologies, members. Councillor Atkins, yes, you're quite correct. The full wording of PCS 19 members is that all new development should meet the reasonable size appropriate, etc. Therefore, apart from in exceptional circumstances where it can be shown that the standards are not practical or viable, all new dwellings should meet the minimum space standards for internal floor space. A strict interpretation of that policy is absolutely true that the definition of exceptional circumstances would be practical or viable. As members know, when dealing with policy, strict interpretation is not the only, or indeed often not the appropriate issue. We have to look at the overall balance of the material considerations. What we know is our housing standards, our size standards, are not universally applied. There are exceptional circumstances where they are frequently disapplied, those being for both practicality, a fairly vague concept, and viability, a fairly firm one. In this case, one could argue this was contrary to the guidance of PCS 19. Indeed, I would advise you that it is contrary to the guidance of PCS 19 in that it falls below the minimum space standards expected for those one-bed units. However, as members know, when judging an application, one should start with the development plan, the Portsmouth plan, and this policy, unless material considerations dictate otherwise. The need to house rough sleepers, those that are needing a move-on accommodation, is a material consideration, and consequently, officers' advice is either one can interpret that is a practical issue, allowing that exceptional justification within the policy, or equally that the material consideration of the need to house this cohort of people is sufficient to outweigh the strict interpretation of that policy, or indeed that it is not, and the quality of housing is unacceptable and it should not be granted. But in all cases, the policy and the plan as a whole has to be read in the round and in light of all the material considerations, including government guidance and other relevant guidance. So it is for members to decide how to weigh those different issues. It is beyond dispute that these room sizes are small, and that will minimise the quality of the living environment created for the people to be housed within them. Whether the benefit of nevertheless providing this for a larger cohort, because you could knock the rooms around, have bigger, fewer rooms, whether the benefit of delivering it in this way outweighs that failure to achieve strict policy compliance is the fundamental decision for this committee, as I've mentioned before.
Thank you, Ian. If there are no more questions, then I'll go on to comments, and we'll move towards a decision. The officers have recommended approval subject to conditions, so we're looking for comments on that. I have a request then from Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think that Ian's comments have been fair and, explained the position of the council in terms of this being an anomaly, and him explaining to us that position around PCS 19. A couple of comments from me, really, if that's okay, just following on from Councillor Matt Atkins' questions. We had the reference to student housing accommodation and even actually to the likes of a woman's refuge, and both of which, as those of us that have been on planning committee for a period of time, have been involved in. Slight difference, obviously, in the inference and the weight that I put on those particular things is that student housing is a nationally recognised classification of planning permission and planning usage, I should say. Which has been through extensive consultation, as I said before, and also, as I say, has been nationally recognised and therefore adopted through national government policy on housing. It is also, of course, as a consequence, recognised by planning inspectors and planning authorities up and down the country. So there are certain criteria that the student accommodation has to adhere to. When you look at a women's refuge, women's refuges would be treated as a type of HMO with a couple of other potential use classes in there. But their need for communal space, communal lounges, kitchen areas, laundry areas, those kind of things would be included to make sure that the people living in that accommodation are living in an acceptable, formats for people that are living together but that are not related. There is a reason why we have national policy in these areas. This move on accommodation that's been referred to today, the first time I've heard of this in my time, my 12 years in this authority, is unusual. I do understand what I think the office is trying to achieve here, which is understanding the need for this unique usage and classification. But I am extremely concerned, as I said before, about the legal position that this authority will be taking ourselves into if we are making up acceptable use classes by using the ability to caveat with conditions, as applications come in. I think that the correct thing here would be if this was refused today and the applicant was told, if you want to use this, rather than for the purpose you've stated, rather than having 13 flats, how about having a lesser amount of flats, 9 or 10 flats, and therefore using that additional space for the communal areas to make sure that this meets with a nationally and locally adopted, recognised legal position for houses and multiple occupation for C3 usage. Because it doesn't meet our standard. This does open this council up to legal challenge, both on this application and on subsequent applications. This is not right, it doesn't fit, and that, for me, the space standard of PCS 19, already these are not very large units, by the way, the already agreed minimum space standards. And I think to negate that by allowing inadequate accommodation for people that you could argue really do need that high level of accommodation to turn their lives around and to really change things and to have a brighter future, I think it'd be wrong for us to do that. Very easily this decision could be judicially reviewed because we are not adhering to a national and local adopted policy on space standards and also the criteria for a C3. So on the basis of PCS 19 space standards, that's the recommendation. That will be the basis of my recommendation for refusal. Thank you.
I as chair, would just like to comment that as somebody experienced in housing association work, it's very unlikely that the Homes and Communities Agency would be supporting this if they didn't think it was the right thing to be doing, and that a lot of move-on accommodation, noticeably self-contained move-on accommodation, has been produced of this nature across the country over the years. I just thought I'd put that information into the meeting. Any other comments?
Yes. It's Councillor Hunt speaking. I have RTS in.
Yeah, and Councillor Atkins as well, please.
Go ahead, please. Yes, thank you.
Who's first?
You go ahead, Lee.
You on.
Age before beauty. Well done, Matt. Thank you very much for being polite. Yes, thank you everybody for the debate today. Been very, I've been listening to all of it. So anybody who's watching, I assure you, we're all listening. I listen especially to Councillor Jones, of course, and how she says that this accommodation is inadequate for the needs of these people. But at the moment, they haven't got any home at all. And then I'm comforted by what Councillor Smythe has said about the Homes Agency. I've listened to everybody very carefully. And so what I'm going to do is move the officer's recommendation, and I hope there'll be a seconder for that. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Or indeed for the motion to refuse that Councillor Jones put earlier?
I'm happy to second, Chair. It's Claire.
Thank you, Councillor Ludi. And are there any? I forgot to ask for a seconder for Councillor Jones' proposal.
If I speak with my comment, I will second Councillor Jones' proposal for slightly different reasons. In approaching this application, I do think it's a very difficult application. I recognise entirely what the officers and what the Cabinet Member for Housing have been trying to achieve. I recognise the importance of this type of accommodation and its enormous value to the city. I also recognise the enormous opposition that there is in the local community for a variety of reasons, some of which are planning considerations, others of which are not, but which I still think have a level of validity, because I do approach this application as there need to be exceptional reasons why we would allow such a substantial derogation from our size standards. And there seem to be two principal exceptional reasons being put forward, and I think that's what Councillor Sanders also said in his deputation. One is the housing need of the city, and the other is the advice of the Society of St James that the residents themselves don't need or would be better off even perhaps with the smaller size standard. I'll start with the second one, in some ways is more important, which is resident need, because that is why the policy is the way that it is, because we don't want the type of housing we're allowing to harm the residents. And I was thinking of times in my life when and obviously I've never been in the type of situation where I'm coming out of homelessness, thank the Lord. And so I'm very blessed and lucky in that situation. I can't fully put myself in those shoes, but as a student, I've had rooms that small. Growing up as a child, I've had rooms that small, but at those stages in my life, it was very focused on the things I was doing communally. The time I didn't spend in that room was principally for sleeping, and it would have been difficult to spend long periods of time in an area that small. So I think it is legitimate to say that the expectation on these people must be that they're going to spend the majority of their time not in the room, which means given there's no communal space in the place, they're going to be out and about in the community or indeed at work or at college or getting on with the rest of their lives. And I do think the problem is that the room that we're expecting them to go back to would not be sufficient if they are spending long periods of time in that accommodation. So people who are unemployed, who might use the rooms, people who are not quite ready yet to return to work, people who are too isolated from that. I mean, there was a slight contradiction, unfortunately, in what the Society of St James said about how people's support networks were still going to be viable, but they recognized that most of those are going to be further down in the city. And they did talk about the ability to access public transport from the Havant-Drayton Road area, but I think as all residents in that area know, that's not the main way people in that area access the city. The main way people in that area access the city is through cars. The public transport links are not ideal down to the centre of town, and they're not especially cheap. So I do think there is a danger to some residents in that location of isolation, and I do think being in such a small room, if you were isolated, would be detrimental and damaging. So I do think if people do spend long periods of time in rooms of that size, and that is their only living accommodation, it is too small to have a fulfilling experience and could itself damage mental health. I also feel that there's a risk generated by having so many people in a shared, what is essentially a shared house. Okay, they are individual flats, but I've lived for many years in shared houses, and there are always conflicts between people who live in these houses, and the larger they are, the more potential there is for conflict, the more potential there is for difficulties to arise, and the more potential there is for them to escalate. So I think given there's no communal space to resolve disagreements, the only place that people can engage with their other housemates will be in their very small rooms. And the risk posed to the residents if they actually spend long periods of time in rooms of that size, I do think are all substantial considerations. And I accept I'm not an expert in this like the Society of St James is, but I do think the residents would need to be chosen exceptionally carefully, and I would be much more comfortable, and this was the question Councillor Sanders proposed, I would be much more comfortable with a development with significantly less flats in it. I mean, I suppose it had 10 bedrooms before. I personally think 6 to 8 might be the right sort of size for building this size. I'd also like to see some development perhaps of the garden as a potential communal space or recreational activity. And obviously that's not something we can really do by planning, but I think there are opportunities being missed in this application. And given I'm starting from the point of this is refused unless there are exceptional circumstances, I don't feel that this application is exceptional in warranting us derogating from our standards. But then move to our kind of housing needs side of things. I was largely reassured by actually the officer's comments on the strength of the condition. But I do have in mind that what we're going to get out of this is not, I don't think, any appeal directly against this application. What we're going to get is a developer putting in an application for something similar for micro flats, effectively, which is the type of thing we want to prevent. and then claiming some exceptional circumstances that justify microflats in the particular way he wants to build them. Perhaps the residents he intends to put in them, perhaps they're very poor, perhaps they're students who can't actually afford the extortionate cost of some of the student accommodation in the city. I can see other arguments being put forward for exceptional circumstances for microflats. And so I do think there is a risk, particularly when we are going so far below our minimum standards, of other developers seeking to try and use the same process and putting in reasons or justifications for microflats. So I do think that although I could accept some potential derogation from the standards based on the expertise of the Society of St James and based on this slightly novel moving on condition, I do think the increase in intensification in this site from 10 to 13 is particularly striking and seems particularly unnecessary. And also, given I think there are negative connotations, there are also negative connotations around immunity. I did myself for a while live next door to a Society of St James property, and it is the case that there is occasional noise and disturbance, and I have no doubt there would be some. So I do think there are immunity impacts on the local neighbourhood as well. And so for all those reasons, I just don't think this application in its current form is meeting the standard for to be exceptional enough for us to justify such a substantial derogation from our policy. So for that reason, I would second Councillor Jones's recommendation of refusal on the grounds of PCS 19. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Udy would like to speak.
It was only to second Councillor Hunt's proposal, but thank you though.
Okay, thank you. Any further comments? Shall we move to a vote on this? Let's go for a vote. We've got two motions in front of us. I think I have to take them in the order of the one before the other. And Councillor Jones' proposal, which is now seconded by Councillor Atkins, will go first. This would be to recommend refusal. What grounds would you be wanting to put that on, Councillor Jones?
PCS 19 space standards failing to meet the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Would that be?
Can I just? It is obviously extremely important we have accurate wording. Councillor Jones, would it be correct to say that your concerns are the proposals, by virtue of the resultant size of rooms provided for future occupiers, is considered to result in an unreasonable living environment, contrary to PCS 19?
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian. So all those in favour of that refusal for permission and that reason, we'll go around from person to person. Councillor Jones?
Voting for that proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Atkins?
In favour of that proposal.
Councillor Stubbs?
In favour of the proposal.
Councillor Atwell?
Against.
Councillor Udy?
Against.
Now, I can't see everybody on the screen. Is that everybody who's present?
Councillor Lee Hunt.
Councillor Hunt?
Against. Thank you.
And myself, Chair, I'm against as well. Is there anybody else who's no? Okay.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4 against. So that's against the motion for refusal, and we have 3 members in favour of refusing the application. So the motion fails.
Okay. So we now have to. Do we have to go through again to see about the approval then? So we'll go through again in the same order. Those wishing to approve the application with the conditions that are on the report. Councillor Jones?
Against the proposal.
Councillor Atkins?
Against.
Councillor Stubbs?
Against.
Councillor Atwell?
For.
Councillor Hunt?
For.
Councillor Udy?
For.
And myself, I'm for as well. So I think St James's have their planning application for that exceptional need that there is in the city. Thank you.
Can confirm that that was 4 votes in favour of approving permission and 3 votes against.
Thank you, Peter. Now it's proposed that we have a very short break. It's been a long item, and hopefully we can get through the rest of the agenda in slightly more time with the chair coming back in. So can I suggest, Peter, that you phone people to ask them back in, and that we reconvene the meeting for, it's now 15:40, at 15:45. Is that enough time for people? 5 minutes? Okay, we'll reconvene in the meeting at 15:45 under the proper chairman. Thank you all.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello, David.
Hello there. You know, I was sat in the room back there and had a lovely had a lovely fan on in there. It was lovely. Fantastic.
Lucky you, if I might say. Handing over to you.
Okay then, let's just get myself sorted here. Got the chat on. Okay. So,
Chairman, before we get started, I do have a question as well, if that's all right.
you've got a question, Councillor? Yep.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's me, Councillor Donna Jones. Before you signed off onto your declaration and handed over to Councillor Smythe,
yes.
The item, I think it was item 2 on the agenda under the minutes, it would normally be item 2. There wasn't really a chance for me to raise anything, but I just wondered why we haven't got any minutes at this meeting, because we normally would do. It's very unusual.
Yeah, I did think that. Ian, did you want to say something? No minutes, Councillor Jones said, for this meeting.
Yes, Chairman. I may have to defer to our Democratic Services colleagues. My understanding is they haven't yet been written up in full, but I don't know if they can add any further comments.
Chair, it's James Dino here, local democracy officer. Just let you know, the minutes have been drafted. They're waiting for confirmation, and they weren't ready for the when the agenda went out, but they will be coming to the next meeting.
Okay, well, obviously that's very unusual. It's never happened before on planning, but okay,
it is
accepted, I guess.
Okay. Right, okay, thank you very much. So, Peter, are you ready?
You're live, Chair.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody, to the meeting. Can I thank Councillor Judith Smythe, my Deputy Chair, for taking over from me earlier on. I really appreciate that. So moving on to the next thing, I want to introduce the Planning Officer, Rebecca Altman, who will present the second application, and this is to the land corner of Northern Parade and Doyle Avenue. Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can everybody see the presentation? Yes, thank you. Before I start the presentation, I want to draw your attention to the supplementary matters on this item. You'll see that since the committee report was published, we received a further 36 representation letters for this application, which were objecting to the scheme, and the reasons there are listed out in the supplementary matters. We also received a letter from the MP Penny Mordaunt asking the council to give due regard to the concerns of the residents as raised within these supplementary matters and within the committee report. It's our we feel that as officers that we have addressed the matters that are raised already through the report, and do not have anything particularly to add to that. In terms of other matters, there's also been confirmation from the applicant that they intend to have electric vehicle charging for the 3 car parking spaces, which I'll show you in a minute, are on in front of the disabled occupancy houses. And then the final bit of additional information is that there has been a additional cycle and refuse storage plan provided, and the condition plan numbers have been updated accordingly. And then I will explain that there will be 3 public deputations I will read out after my presentation. So this application site lies on the corner of Doyle Avenue, on its corner with Northern Parade. You can see with the big red X there. It's a site that was formerly occupied by a health centre, a health clinic. It was demolished around sometime between 2011 and 13, I believe. Since then, it's been used as an informal car parking area, which provides up to 14 spaces at the moment. It's mostly hard surfaced. There's some trees and scrub around the edges, and there is one significant tree on the site, which is a London plane tree, which is on the southeast corner there. The access to the car park at the moment is from Doyle Avenue with an in and an out. There's 2 entrances, and the site itself is surrounded mainly by residential properties and a school to the south. So we've got some flats here to the east. We've got Maritime House care flats to the north, and more traditional terrace 2-storey housing along both sides of Northern Parade. I've done a map to show the wider context of the site as well, because I think that will help in the response to some of the representations made. You can see the site here with the red X. It is considered to be a fairly accessible site in terms of its location for services and facilities. You've got a convenience store approximately 300 metres away from the site up here. There is obviously the school, which is quite close to the site. There's a public park on the opposite side of Doyle Avenue, and about a kilometre away is the Mountbatten Leisure Centre. Then approximately 800 metres away to the east, you've got a variety of shops and services in the London Road local centre, which is over here. I've just got some photographs of the site. You can see the site here. This is taken from a Northern Parade looking north. It's surrounded at the moment by hoarding. You can see Maritime House, which is a large, mostly 4-storey development, but with a 3-storey element here adjacent to the application site. And then more 2-storey housing here on Northern Parade. This is then a view looking south down Northern Parade, Maritime House to your left, and the housing on Northern Parade west side there to the right, and the application site just here. This photograph here is then taken looking north along Conan Road, and you can see Maritime House and the east elevation of the application site here. And then this application is showing the flats on the opposite side of Conan Road, which are 4 stories. Then I've got some photographs showing more of the site itself. So as I said, it's predominantly hard surfaced, some scrubs and trees around the edges. We've got the accesses there from Doyle Avenue. And then this photograph, which happens to be a winter scene, shows the London plane tree, which is a significant tree and has been proposed to be retained in the new development, which I'll explain in a minute. And then this final photograph shows the site as viewed from the boundary with Maritime House. The application is for the construction of a block of 9 flats. These would be 2-storey flats on the corner. And then there would be a row of 4 terraced housing here and a row of 3 terrace houses here. It's a fairly traditional layout with the houses fronting onto the main roads and the flats turning the corner and providing a kind of corner feature to the scheme. The 4 houses on the west side of the site would be 3-bedroom houses. The flats would all be 2-bedroom flats, and the 3 houses on the west side of sorry, getting my west and east muddled up, the east side of the site would be 4-bedroom houses which are designed for disabled occupancy, each with a disabled parking space to the frontage. There would be a further 9 car parking spaces set out within a shared car park on the southeast side of the site, accessed from Conan Road. And you can see here the tree, the London plane tree, which has been retained as a feature of the site within that new car parking area. Some other points to note on the site layout plan. You'll see the applicants have shown the locations for solar panels on the buildings. Each of the dwellings would have cycle and refuse storage or cycle storage facilities in the rear gardens, and there would be a communal cycle store for the flats. I've just got some elevations and floor plans of the houses. So this is the house type 1, which are on the west side of the site, the 3-bedroom dwellings, which are over 3 floors with the 3rd floor contained within the roof space. And you can see the elevations of the houses here, fairly traditional 2-storey with the 3rd floor served by dormer windows. This is then house type 2 on the east side of the site, which are the ones designed for disabled occupancy. So they have the extra sizing in the rooms with the ability for wheelchairs to manoeuvre around. There is a lift also which would run from the ground floor to the 1st floor, which I understand from discussions with housing is the appropriate requirement for disabled occupancy, as in there isn't necessarily a requirement to go all the way to the 2nd floor. These houses again would have the 3rd floor contained within the roof space and served by dormer windows. And then finally, the flats, this is designed as a 3-storey building, turning the corner from Northern Parade onto Doyle Avenue. The flats themselves, I've got a coloured image in a bit, but the flats themselves are proposed to be a grey brick with grey cladding to above, and the houses would be a buff brick. All of them would have grey roof tiles. I've got the floor plans. I'm sorry, they haven't come out the most clearly. The floor plans of the flats. They would each be 2-bedroom flats with open plan living, kitchen space, 2 bedrooms and bathroom. And that then mirrored on the 3 floors. And this is a coloured image of the application proposal to give you an idea of how it would look within the street scene. I would just explain that some of the main issues, which is quite clear from the representations, relate specifically to parking on the site. It is acknowledged within the officer's report that the parking provision does not accord with the full requirements of the council's parking standards. This has been weighed up against the housing need for this scheme, which I should have explained at the start is for 100% affordable housing. And also weighed up against the location of the site and its location in relation to services and facilities. Other matters raised relate to the design and in terms of the use of materials. I think that's again been explained within the report, is considered to be an appropriate design and appearance. The recommendation for this scheme is one of conditional planning permission, which would be subject to securing the mitigation of the impact on the Solent special protection areas. I now have 3 public deputations to read out on this scheme. The first one is from Janet Reynolds-Smith, which I hope I pronounced right. It may be Smythe, so please accept my apology. I have lived in Westwood Road for the past 36 years, so I know this area well. I am strongly against this development of so many dwellings on a relatively small piece of land. This proposal will have a detrimental effect on the surrounding established residential area. The proposed dwellings architecturally are out of character with the surrounding area. It is certainly not aesthetically pleasing with the predominantly 1930 buildings and will tower over properties. It appears that they are trying to cram as many units as possible on this small site at the detriment of adequate internal space, especially of the flats. There is no provision for outside space, for gardens or balconies. This means there is nowhere for the children to play or the residents to sit out in the fresh air. COVID-19 has demonstrated the need for this for the mental well-being of adults and children alike. Also, as there are no outdoor drying provisions, the use of tumble dryers and radiators will mean more energy use. There is provision of bike storage, but the number does not have much of an environmental impact. The extra estimated 78 residents will impact and put an extra strain on an already stretched infrastructure of schools, GPs, NHS dentists and hospitals, etc. There will be extra pressure on traffic in this already busy road system. Opposite the Doyle Road site is Northern Parade School. At the moment pre-build, this congestion is very heavy, especially at the start and end of the school day, making crossing the road a very risky task. Perhaps the planners would like to visit the site to see for themselves the nightmare that already exists. The biggest impact to the surrounding area is car parking. Since Alexandra Lodge, an old people's home with adequate parking provision, was replaced by a much higher structure of Maritime House and the Victory Unit. Unfortunately, although we were promised it would not impact on the area, the woeful underestimate of parking requirements for staff and residents caused a huge parking problem for the surrounding residential area. This has been exacerbated by Northern Parade School expanding and losing staff parking, which has spilled out onto the residential area. The surrounding roads are past saturation point now, as confirmed by Highways engineer. Evenings and weekends are dire as people illegally park near and over junctions. This obviously is extremely dangerous as the surrounding roads are used as rat runs from London Road. The council has failed to address the parking of lorries and works vehicles in residential streets. We are denied permission to create off-road parking in front of our houses, so we are left in a position of driving around to find a space, adding to the pollution problems of Portsmouth. The new build does not provide off-road parking space for each house, nor does it factor in visitor spaces. The land at the moment is used by many cars as an overspill car park, which eases pressure on parking a tiny bit. These will be vying for spaces that do not exist. At least 3 spaces will be lost in Conan Road. Again, they will spill into the neighbouring roads. It has been stated in the press that parking can't be used as an excuse for refusal, as this is a problem all over Portsmouth. In my opinion, it should be a very good reason. The parking problems in Portsmouth has a big impact on mental well-being. People are afraid to take their car because they will not find a nearby space when they get back, especially if it is late at night. People are moving out of Portsmouth because of no other reason but the parking issues. I understand we need new homes, but because of the planning office granting permission to turn any building into residential use, often multi-occupancy, regardless of its impact on established parking problems, we have a city-wide problem. If you ask any citizen what's the biggest problem we have in Portsmouth, and they say parking. Portsmouth is already a densely populated area. However, this does not mean you can keep adding to it regardless, with no thought paid to the already established population. I would therefore like these objections to be taken seriously, as we will have to live with its effects in the future. The second deputation I have to read out is from Mr. Stephen Carter. Portsmouth is an island city of high density population. New housing developments must be considerate. Appreciating a need for different housing types for a range of residents, the design should acknowledge all new residents need access to equal or shared facilities and open areas for quality of life. Local recent builds, Maritime House, sympathetically blend in with the surrounding properties with similar colourings and style where possible. City parking is already a major concern. Any new development as a minimum should self-support all its parking requirements within its footprint, causing no unfair impact to its neighbourhood residents. This current application upholds none of these virtues. The development deliberately creates crowded accommodation of modern but out-of-place design with unequal basic facilities. It knowingly promotes parking chaos by selfishly expecting to utilise local residents' roads with no additional parking plans. The Council knowingly accepts and makes key parking assumptions strictly based on survey data averages, but that is exactly what they are, averages. The requirement number offers no additional buffer for a household exceeding their vehicle number. Likewise, the assumption that all low-income households will not have a low-cost car or vehicle of some sort, e.g. a moped, a work vehicle or a visitor parking requirement is unrealistic. The calculation methodology is in dispute with the PCC's own highway engineer, his report clearly stating it's unsuitable for Portsmouth use. The consultant's report recognises by its independent surveys the surrounding roads are already exceeding 100% subscription past saturation point, which promotes illegal parking. PCC's highways engineer report supports this assessment and articulately predicts the parking problems, pollution and continuous impact and stress to local residents' lives, which I fully support, but the Council is completely ignoring. The Council conveniently forgets the vast majority of local residents only have curbside parking available of already limited opportunity. Residents currently parking on the site are also ignored in quotas, yet still require parking in the local neighbourhood. It is also forgotten that these few local residential streets already hold major Portsmouth community institutions within them. Garrison House, Fairwell House and Avenue House, the Mother and Baby Family Hub, Parade Community Preschool, a greatly expanded Northern Parade infant and junior schools, Maritime House and a Victory Unit. All these possess insufficient or no parking for staff and visitors, which then often dangerously gridlocks the roads. The Council openly encourages them 24/7 to consume residents' limited parking availability, yet in reverse, those possessing any on-site parking availability are locked or prohibited from resident use. The statement of faith in Northern Parade parking is false. It's underutilised for a reason. It's a busy 30-mile-per-hour two-way major road into the city. Step roadside into traffic to enter your car at your peril as heavy traffic and vehicles thunder past mere inches from you. A frightening and dangerous act, yet you are now risking resident safety as your negligent parking solution. This is a second application submission of a previously withdrawn plans which attracted resident objections, clearly highlighted major design and parking concerns. The previous drop-in session showed additional parking which never materialised into plans and ignored counting curbside resident cars. Plan withdrawal presented a golden opportunity to review and address issues, re-engage with residents to make a stronger, more acceptable development. New public consultation recently promised needs to happen. Status update 7th of 4th 2020 needs to happen before approval as little use afterwards. Arrogantly, no effort to address problems were undertaken by the Council within the new application. Major issues remain unresolved and therefore expecting the same of PCC Highways Engineer's report. The original report's strong final statement, I must recommend refusal of the application, now softened to, this could justify a reason for refusal of the application, although is fundamentally an issue of residential amenity rather than highway safety capacity or accessibility and will need to be weighed in the planning balance when determining the application. With no changes concerning site or local parking, his previous rejection of the development should still stand. Rewrite through planning peer pressure would be unacceptable. Never have I witnessed such a high outcry of resident objections submitted against an application backed by trepidations from PCC Local Ward Council and written concerns from Portsmouth MP Penny Mordaunt. In summary, most residents realise the site will be developed, but it needs to be appropriate. I urge you to consider your abysmal solution Suitable residential housing with sufficient support parking is interlinked. You cannot achieve housing goals by promoting erosion to existing local residents' lifestyles. The Council and Planning Committee have a duty of care and responsibility to both the new and existing residents, not to build irresponsibly and walk away, leaving an out-of-character, unsuitable development and with an unsustainable parking deficit, devastating all local residents' lives and roads. Thank you. The final deputation I have to read from a local resident is from a Mrs. N. Vorm. If I could, I believe this was circulated to you by email, and if I could draw your attention also to the associated images, photographs that she has provided alongside this deputation. Dear Sir, I wish to object strongly to the above development due to quality of life, density, parking provisions and architecture. The development is out of character with the area, inappropriate material colour, plans show grey, brick cladding roof tiles, visually overbearing with its high gable and design, is not in keeping for Northern Parade, with all houses flats providing garden balcony. Construction in red buff brick and roof tiles from Mountbatten roundabout to Hilsey, e.g. Park Royal. This grey sticks out like a sore thumb and is visually unappealing. The 4x3 bed houses open onto busy Northern Parade, 1.9 metres to pavement with road markings, solid yellow bus stop. Residents' refuse collections will be illegally stopping to drop children shopping, creating issues on the highway with traffic flow and safety for residents, passing pedestrians and residents waiting for a bus. Density is double the minimum required for PCS 21 and will increase the demand for parking by 36 cars. This will impact the amenity of residents, leading to indiscriminate parking and effect on quality of life. The additional 78 residents will put a strain on the local amenities of doctors and dentists, with already long waiting lists and currently no NHS dentist available, with increase in waste and pollution. 4-bed properties open onto Conan Road with drop curb access, losing 5 on-street spaces and will require regular carers with no visitor parking provided. The lack of parking will create people driving around, increasing air pollution and create a ripple effect to surrounding areas, Templeton, Kipling, Doyle, Westwood, Oakwood and Northern Parade. The dropped curb in Doyle is to remain for refuse bins and wheelchair access and therefore would not add any additional spaces. Highway engineer report states, I have no confidence that there is sufficient capacity on street to accommodate the parking shortfall associated with this development within a reasonable walking distance of the site. Doyle Avenue is a busy, congested road, especially during term time, with the entrance to Northern Parade Junior School and family hub for staff, visitors and school children. There is a children's lollipop crossing just near the development, with the additional concentration of traffic for the 16 dwellings will cause traffic gridlock, restrict visibility, more dangerous and more accidents for cars and pedestrians. The 2-bed flats have studio format with a kitchen lounge, no private balcony garden to sit outside, children's play, dry washing and no laundering facilities provided. Meets only the minimum living space for number of occupants, not suitable to enjoy a high quality of personal and social life for a family of 4. The demand of 4-bed properties with wheelchair access will be limited. Tenants could be liable for bedroom tax due to size. They are also above average national described space standards and the lift only travels to first floor, so a height reduction is possible. Parents upon rehousing will not take children away from any existing care setting. The need for a car will increase due to location to local schools. Cycle storage is insufficient, 2 bikes per flat and 4 bikes for houses. Occupancy of 4, 6 or 8 people and no storage for adapted bikes for wheelchair users. This doesn't meet the demands for a site of reduced parking. There is no joined up approach for cycle lanes routes in Doyle Avenue. Bikes are predominantly used in Portsmouth for leisure, not commute, due to lack of safe bike parks and high bike theft. The location does not satisfy reduced parking based on good connections. The local bus does not allow for all links, e.g. Baffins, Eastney, Fareham, Whiteley, nor is there access to trains. The local Co-op Express is not affordable for weekly shop and no bus links to North Harbour, Norway Road. There's no doctor or dentist or pharmacy within a 23-minute walk. Whilst I am in favour of providing quality accommodation for the community, not at the detriment of the existing residents due to housing shortage of 4 months, agenda point 5.3, and must be sympathetic to the area, I believe this development is not providing quality of life for all residents. Therefore, I strongly object, and overwhelmingly so do 58 objections, including 9 signed petition and a letter from Penny Mordaunt MP. We request the design is revisited and changes made that will enhance Doyle and Northern Parade, maintain and improve the quality of life by changing colour of building material, reducing building height, providing appropriate allocated parking, 1 space per dwelling, and include visitor space. Reduce the number of flats to 6, which will allow the increase square foot to provide separate kitchen and lounge with a balcony or garden and additional parking spaces, reverse the 3-bed access via Conham. The reduction of the number of new residents will ease pressure on local amenities for public health, and in turn this will reduce the parking demand and improve road safety. Kind regards. That is the end of the public deputations that I will be reading out on this scheme, and I do not have a deputation from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I understand we've got Councillor Peter Scott Harris to do a deputation on this one. Is that correct?
That is correct, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I forget myself, Councillor Fuller.
That's okay. You're not the only one. Everybody keeps saying that, but never mind.
It's very easily done. I think we're all used to you being in the chair.
Thank you very much. It's a great honour as well. Yes, well, I'd like to hand over to you to do your deputation on Doyle Avenue. Technically, you haven't got a time limit, but obviously, if you could just be respectful, that obviously cover the points that you need to cover. So I'll hand over to you, Peter Scott Harris. Thank you.
I won't be like the leader's speech in the budget, Councillor Fuller. I won't take an hour. Firstly, I'm going to say, obviously, I'm not against the development of this site overall. I think the disabled access housing is important. It's something personally that I've lobbied on for the last 18 months and discussed at length with a cabinet member. I think the site will eventually be developed, and I believe residents accept it will be developed as well down the line. And I think if you read through the objections and through the deputations, I think that's quite apparent. I think they're accepting that there is going to be a development there, but it's the nature of the development. Secondly, I support the building of social housing. I think it's right the council are looking to build homes and take advantage of the removal of the HRA borrowing cap, by which was enabled by this Conservative government. So I think it's important to note that. However, now those 2 points are out of the way, I think the housing on this site is not a best use of that site. The development, to paraphrase a former Conservative Prime Minister, no development is better than a bad development, and residents are consistently saying that this is a bad development. They're not happy with the density and the size of it. They're not happy with the appearance, and inevitably they're not happy with the parking. And that's something that's been consistently through. I mean, I think through the deputations, you've heard that today. Those 3 themes have come out. So I think in light of COVID-19 and the usage of open spaces and gardens, I would like to think PCC could take that into consideration, possibly go back to the drawing board to get this right for everyone. But obviously, I understand that's not a material planning consideration, having sat on the committee myself for a long time. And I don't envy you guys that have to make those decisions. However, I believe, as it's Portsmouth City Council building these properties, we should always strive to do better. And that includes for the residents that are moving into these properties and the residents around them in their communities. This is about creating a society for everybody, and I think that is important. And the council should be looking at the holistic view to deliver the right outcomes. You've noted that many of the representations at the moment, they come through with basically around the argument for parking. I think that is the most consistent theme. It's a common argument across any development in Portsmouth. I mean, and as a planning committee, I don't envy you guys to hear that one consistently. But the background to this application is pretty simple. It was put in by the applicant originally with no public consultation. The public had no say. The Hillsey residents were left out. Following some discussions by myself as a ward councillor, it was then withdrawn. And then this was followed by what I'd call some token consultation, where they did a bit of consultation. They said, we're going to do this additional parking, to alleviate the issues that the highways engineer has identified. But then fundamentally, these were then shelved. So the applicant shelved these quietly, didn't really say much. The application was resubmitted without any adjustments made to it. So effectively, the application that went in December is the same application that's in now. Sadly, this has caused residents to feel left out, ignored by the city council. And as a council, we should be informing our residents at all times. And they've made their views clear, no more so in the deputations you've heard today. We have heard about 36 additional objections that have come in after the date for the ability to give a deputation at this meeting, but not to object against the application. So we've got 36 there who potentially might want to give a deputation, but we don't know because we haven't given them the opportunity to do so. So we've got 36 people been denied in my idea of democracy, So we've got that issue. So that's one issue. And then we have the issue with the traffic consultation and the traffic consultants who made their clear view back in March. They were employed by the City Council, and they have shown these roads to be oversaturation already. If you go into the application online, you can actually see what roads are oversaturation. I mean, Wiley Road by 15%, Conan Road by 17%, Doyle Avenue by 26%. You know, the development promises 12 spaces when in reality it should be providing 26. This has been noted in the report by the highways engineer, who has noted a significant shortfall when comparing to the parking expectation. You know, and I think there's no point building wonderful green developments if it's going to cause more problems with people driving around to find spaces. You know, cars idling, looking for spaces. You need to strike a balance. And this is the chicken and the egg scenario all over again. You know, do we build or do we not build? Do we sort out air pollution? Do we sort out air quality or do we not? You know, it's making people make that choice. I mean, the two applications were submitted within 5 months of each other. But if you look at the highways engineer's actual message in the first application and in the second application, he's actually changed his wording. And when I asked the case officer from the planning team about why this had happened, her exact words were, "I don't know." Well, I think this committee deserves to know why when they're going to make an informed decision. And I think it was quite noted. If you go to 3.4 on your 3.42 on your report, written by the planning officer, the concerns are a matter of amenity rather than highway safeties. Well, actually, that's not what the highway engineer says in his report online. He talks about the increase in parking on the street when there is no scope to accommodate it, making it more difficult for residents who already live there. And he actually states this would have significant implications on residential amenity and will increase residents driving around looking for spaces and consequently have an impact on air quality and pollution. I don't know why that was left out, but that is a question for you as the committee to ask of the planning officer. I think there were some valid points in the deputations. I think Mr. Carter made a very good point about the highways engineer changing their view. He said the highways originally should have said the application should have been refused, you know, as it's contrary to paragraphs 32, 35 and 64 of the National Policy Framework, you know, and it also contravened PCS 17 and PCS 23 of the Portsmouth Plan, and he actually recommended a refusal. He stated that once before, but consequently it's missing from his report this time. I think that's an interesting point. I think it's something that you guys should be asking of the planning officer, or potentially, if you could, ask the highways engineer if he was allowed to answer that question. I think residential amenity is important. The committee has the power to refuse the applications on those grounds, as stated by the highway engineer. Or they could ask the applicant politely to re-look at the application to make it better for everybody else. I mean, this site is going to get developed. I mean, let's be realistic, but let's put a correct and powerful development for the residents. That's all I ask, and the choice is fundamentally yours. Thank you for that, Chair. I hope I kept it as brief as possible, and I hope I didn't rattle on too much.
No, thank you very much. It was very good and from the heart. Thank you very much, Councillor. And please stay with us for the rest of the debate. I'm sure you will do, but thank you very much for your deputation. So, members, we now move to questions from members, which will be directed to the planning officer. So the first one on my list is I call upon Councillor Donna Jones, please.
I haven't requested to speak, Chair. Sorry, that was from when I was asking about the planning minutes.
Sorry, my apologies, Councillor. Councillor Terry Norton, please. I understand you've got a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just two questions from me. The first is just to confirm the transport officer's recommendations to reject this. Is that right?
Rebecca, would you like to answer that?
Yeah, to explain, the highways engineer has expressed his concerns about the scheme, which I think are quite clearly set out in his comments. He, in expressing his concerns, he has then set out the reasons for that at the end of his comments and explained that that's related to amenity and the impact of driving around and impacts on air pollution and increased indiscriminate parking.
Did you want to go back on that, Councillor?
No, absolutely fine with that one.
Okay.
Also, can you confirm, sorry, just secondly, if I can,
yes,
can officers confirm that how many objections were submitted after the deadline?
Sorry, can I confirm after which deadline, please?
The deadline for objections to be made. So when was that? That was...
The deadline for objections was the 7th, which was Friday. Majority of the representations were received by then. I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head. I would say maybe 10 were received in the early part of this week.
Okay.
Thank you very much. All of you for
sorry,
that. Yes,
sorry,
no problem.
and on that,
Councillor.
Chair, if I can, the deputation deadline is applications that haven't been heard for not being submitted in time for the deputation deadline.
Of the additional representations that I've received up until the date of this planning committee, there weren't any that specifically said, I would like to make a deputation. That's as much as I can say at this point. So we have given the 3 people that asked for deputations the opportunity, and I've read those out.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I understand the next person on my list is Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. You wanted to ask a question, please. Councillor Atkins, please.
Yeah, thanks. I have a few questions around the issue of parking. Obviously, that's kind of the key issue that comes up over and over again, along with design. I don't necessarily have a huge issue with the design, but in terms of parking, would it have been possible, or would it have been not possible, to have put parking in front of the houses on the Northern Parade side? That's not a road that's too busy. There's no traffic reason why there couldn't be parking on that side like there is on the Conan Road side. There's obviously potentially design reasons, but no traffic reason, is there?
Rebecca?
It's not something that has been assessed, as far as I know. I imagine there may be highway safety concerns with that, because it is a busy main road, one of the main routes into the city, and it's also very close to a bus stop. So I imagine it would be unacceptable from a highway safety point of view. But you also,
right.
yeah,
There is a bus stop down that
yeah,
side.
there's a bus stop here. So I can't imagine that would be acceptable.
Right. Okay. And then it was about the Doyle Avenue side. One of the representations mentioned the dropped curb being retained, therefore preventing the use of some of the area that might appear back to me as on-street parking. Now, there's a good length of yellow line coming around the corner to Doyle Avenue, but are there any new spaces created in Doyle Avenue by the development, or are there indeed sort of dropped curbs or reasons why those would not be usable as spaces? And are they currently usable as spaces sort of around the plane tree?
Yeah, okay, so there are, I'm just going to go to the aerial view. At the moment, there's about 3 spaces in front of the car park there. And you're right, the double yellow lines come round, and then there's also the accesses to the car park, which prevent more cars being parked there. My understanding of the scheme is that this would all be stopped up. Now I think somebody did mention the access to the bin store. That is here. If there was a need for a drop curb for that, it would be small. It wouldn't. Right. It would be in this location here. So the likelihood is that there would be freeing up space. I think for a maximum of 2 cars is what the applicants consider in their transport statement on Doyle Avenue.
Mm-hmm. The final thing that slightly concerned me, and I think needs to be mentioned in one of the comments, one of the deputations that was read out, was the idea of the Highways Officer having changed their recommendation from recommending refusal to saying that there was problems, but he didn't recommend refusal. It was a planning consideration that should be taken into account in the whole scheme of things. Now, in a way, those are the same thing, but did that change occur, and was there anything that warranted that change in advice?
I can't answer whether there has, the reason for it. What I would say is that he has, what he has done is clarified for us in a clearer way what his concerns are in the objection to this recent scheme as compared to the previous one. So he's clarified that it's not a highway safety objection, that it's one of amenity that would weigh into the planning balance. So that is my understanding, that it was more of a clarification. It's not a change of stance.
I see. Yeah. So essentially, he perhaps initially recommended refusal, and officers perhaps asked for some clarification on that, and that's what produced the more detailed response. Because I do think it's important that when this is an application by Portsmouth City Council, there isn't any sense in which Portsmouth City Council appears to be putting it through when we wouldn't if it was a private application.
No, I think it's clear that his concerns remain the same. If you see the two lots of comments, there's no change in the concerns that he's raised. He has simply clarified what the result of those concerns is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Lynn Stagg, please. I think. Did you want to ask a question to the officer, Councillor Stagg?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I've read through the documents. I can't find any mention anywhere of solar panels. Has that ever been suggested, recommended? Because I think every new property should have solar panels or heat pumps. Just straight from the word go.
Yes, Councillor Stagg. Hopefully you can see the plan on the image in front of you. The blue rectangles are the proposed solar panels. So they are intending to put solar panels on all of the properties.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any more questions from members before we go on to comments, please? Any more questions from members?
Could I ask one final question?
Yes, of course you can, Councillor. Councillor Atwell, please.
Atkins.
Sorry, Atkins, sorry.
The allocation of the car parking spaces in the car park, will those be fixed to individual properties, or will there be sort of an application basis for all the properties, including the 3-bedroom houses, or will they be flat car parking spaces, or are they just open?
My understanding is they would not be specifically allocated, and that would then be for the council to manage through tenancies, etc.
Yeah, decided later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're going to move on to comments now, if everybody else has finished with a question. So the first person I had very early was Councillor Lee Hunt. Comments, please, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. So the City Council application, my computer's telling me to authenticate something. Anyway, can you hear me still all right?
Yes, we can hear you, Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, first of all, I'll move the officer's recommendation. I'll explain why.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. So the City Council is under huge pressure from, if I may say, the Conservative government to build 12,000 new units of accommodation in our city. And that's what, together with all sorts of other people, we're trying to achieve. And we get told off too from our Conservative colleagues, bless their cotton socks today, that we're not getting on and building enough. Yet here we are today with what looks like a pretty good application. It's not as dense as the one I think we saw over at Milton last week, which was pushed through by our Conservative colleagues over in Milton for the RNBT, which what I would have supported, but I was seeking a deferral, just as Councillor Norton was today, or was asking for anyway. So that may come yet. But no, it's a pretty good application, isn't it? It's on a main road. I've looked at what the officer said. I've listened to the traffic officer too. But if we're to get anywhere near the numbers of homes that are needed, then this sort of application should really be welcome, because it isn't over intensive. I know some of the councils want to say it's over intensive or for local reasons. I get all that, I really do. But then we have to look at this and look at the need in the city, and we have to look at how we're told off by government for not building it out, and we have to be told, when we get told off in the council by our Conservative colleagues, for not doing more. So here we are getting on with it, and yet still we see objections, and it looks pretty good to me. So I think that we should all want to support this. That's about it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. So we've got a proposal so far to go with the recommendation for approval. Councillor Terry Norton, please. You're next on my list for a comment, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Forgive me, I tend to switch off when Councillor Hunt, as he so often does, become hugely political.
Well, I'm not
however,
that rude.
This is my opinion on this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Hunt, would you switch your microphone off, please?
Yeah,
Councillor Terry Norton, thank you.
Sorry,
good. Thank you. Absolutely not, Councillor Hunt. Can I carry on now? Is that okay? Good. Right. Okay. So, in terms of this, look, we've already seen an application today which did not meet size standards go through. This does not meet parking standards.
Sorry, Councillor Norton. Sorry, Councillor
Yes.
Norton. We're having problems hearing you, and you sound a bit like a Dalek. So, could you try and repeat it again, or have a look at your Wi-Fi? Sorry, I want to hear everything you say.
I will certainly try. Is that any better?
That's better. That's better. Sorry.
Okay. So I'll start again. Look, we've already had an application today which did not meet space standards go through. We've got one in front of us that does not meet parking standards. And what's the point of having minimum standards if we're constantly going to push things through that don't obey those standards at all? I agree with most of the deputies here. You know, so many of the community there, again, had strong feelings about this, like the previous application, where so many of the community had a strong opinion, and yet, you know, they were fundamentally ignored. This is one where I think, you know, again, I'm happy to propose refusal of this. I think under PCS 17 transport, I'm happy to. I'm not an expert on the highways, but I'm happy to listen to the expert who recommends that this has concerns over this. So happy to push for refusal under PCS 17 transport grounds.
Thank you very much. So far I've got two on the table. Proposal with the recommendations is Councillor Hunt, and refusal Councillor Terry Norton. So I'm now going to move on to Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Councillor Judith Smythe, please.
I just wanted to make a very quick comment by saying how good it is to see some purpose-built wheelchair accessible houses. Having run a housing association for many years, I know it's terrifically difficult for people, particularly with families who have where there's one member of the family is in a wheelchair, to actually find somewhere decent to live. And I really commend the council for that. And I'm very happy to second Councillor Hunt's proposal to agree with the officer's recommendation, if that's helpful.
Thank you very much, Councillor Judith Smythe. So I've got a proposal and a seconder so far. Okay, still going down the list. Next we've got is Councillor Donna Jones, please. Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Chairman. Can you hear me all right?
Absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I think that this is a very sensible use of this publicly owned land. We do know that as we've heard from Councillors Hunt and Smythe, that we do need more social housing in the city, and particularly those that are disability enabled properties as well. Something that when we were running the council, we sort of put a big onus on trying to increase that high quality housing for people, and some of their backstories are incredibly sad as to why they've ended up in the situations that they have, needing that support from the local authority. Many of them that's not through choice, obviously, it's through circumstance. I do think it's important, however, though, and you know, I have made sure that I kept completely away from this application whilst it's in my ward in Hilsey. The two residents that contacted me directly, I passed them straight to Councillor Scott Pater Harris and Councillor Jonas, so that I was able to remain on the planning committee. Now, yes, okay, it's the ward I am elected to represent, but actually this position remains the same for any area in the city. As ward councillors, we spoke to the housing team, and they were very gracious going back 4 or 5 years ago in taking down the hoardings that were on this site when the former care home was demolished, to enable additional parking, particularly during term time, for both the teachers and for residents to be able to park on this site, to have it as an overflow car park. And I think it created somewhere between 10 and 14 parking spaces if people park sensibly and you know, are not selfish in the way that they park their car. And the local residents were very happy with that. Directly opposite in Doyle Avenue, directly opposite the entrance, the proposed entrance to this site, was a very large, wide pavement. So we actually got a parking inlet, a parking bay put in there, which I think created another 6 parking spaces. And that was enacted about, I don't know, 18 months, 2 years ago, because parking here is a really big issue. You've got white zigzag lines in a large section of that road because of the school. And as you heard in the officer's opening comments, you know, it is very difficult for residents here to have driveways because often their front gardens are not deep enough, and because they are, you know, the width of the road in places is also an issue. So the parking really is the main objection. Like, I have the design, the scale of the building, I don't have any issue with. I think it's in keeping with the height of the local properties around there, but it is the parking and the impact for me. And what I think is quite notable really from the report, particularly in 3.39 down to 3.41 of the report, is that the application is being made on behalf of Portsmouth City Council by our housing department. Sensibly, we, as I say, we know we need more social housing, but the highways officer actually makes a statement in the highways consultation to say that the Lambeth methodology for assessment of available on-street parking spaces is used, and that's actually a on-street parking assessment that is not acceptable to Portsmouth City Council's highways team. Yet the application's coming in from Portsmouth City Council, so it makes you wonder if the hand knows what the head's doing. You think that maybe the two departments between housing and transport would have spoken before this application came in. So it's slightly disappointing that we're being put in this unenviable position today, where our highways expert engineers that are, very high quality highways engineers and our council are telling us that this is not an acceptable methodology, whilst the housing team obviously have run with that and adopted that. Maybe something they can take away after this meeting to make sure it doesn't happen again. We know from this development that 26 parking spaces and 3 visitor spaces, so 29 spaces would be the optimum. Now, I've voted through planning applications before, particularly in North End, where they're on a main bus route, where the parking standard hasn't quite been met. So, for example, 10 spaces and they offered up 7 or 8. So, you're trying to achieve the optimum, but where you can't, if it's on a main bus route, you have to factor in an element of common sense. What's sad about this one is that only 12 car parking spaces are being offered where there should be 29. And so we're only meeting 40% of the requirement. Now, even if it was 60 or 70% of the requirement being met, I think I could probably live with that. But meeting 40% means that, this is based on the 2011 census data, which we know has changed significantly for the worse since then anyway, in terms of the car usage. So actually, for me, the fact that 60% of demand for these new properties will not be met, in addition to a road that has 0 availability already, and in fact, taking away this development site will already have an impact on them because, as I say, they've been using it as an overflow car park. In fact, we've even had to speak to local residents and teachers from Northern Parade Infant and Junior schools to encourage them to park in the Alexandra Way car park, because it's council owned, during the day when they're at work at the schools, because the on-street parking has been such an issue there. And that's also, increased, is made worse by the fact that Northern Parade is double yellow lines, because it's a main thoroughfare, as we've heard from the highways officer's report. And so it's not possible to park on Northern Parade for many of the residents that live there. So they have to park in the neighbouring streets and then walk round, which is obviously what compounds the problem. So I think I'm happy with 70% of this application. It's just the parking bit really that's a sticking point for me. And I think on that basis, I am struggling a little bit here. And I think it's a shame that this wasn't scaled back slightly so that there was more parking space put onto the site, or even the properties built on stilts so that there was parking on the ground floor, which we've seen across North End, Fratton and lots of other places where space is at such a premium. And finally, just a point of fact really is that Councillor Hunt made a comment about how Conservatives have been berating, other councillors about not building enough houses in Portsmouth during this meeting at some point. Point of order, I've been on the whole meeting. I haven't heard any comments from many of my Conservative colleagues along those lines. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Next person is Councillor Matthew Atkins, please, for a comment, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think I should also just quickly clarify before I begin my main comment on the application that I think part of what we're slightly upset about in the Conservative group is we don't like being misrepresented on social media before the meeting's even over by Councillor Hunt. But if we move on to the actual application today, the application in front of us isn't a bad application. In a lot of ways, it is a very good application. And like Councillor Smythe, I'm quite impressed by the provision of the quality purpose-built disabled housing with disabled parking bays there for each of the residents. I think that's an excellent part of the application. Indeed, if this was an application being submitted by a private developer offering us 100% affordable housing with 3 excellent purpose-built disabled accommodation, I'd be pretty tempted to put it through. But this isn't an application being put in by a private developer. This is by Portsmouth City Council itself, which is knowingly almost disregarding its own parking standards in an area where the City Council knows there is a huge parking problem. And the administration themselves know that there's nothing gives our council tax-paying residents more of a headache than parking. It has a very substantial impact on people's quality of life. And this development isn't even offering 1 parking space per unit of accommodation. It falls short even of that standard, at which point I'd be even more tempted, I'd still potentially be tempted to recommend permission. My particular problem with it actually is the three-bedroom houses on Northern Parade, which are clearly family-size accommodation where the residents will have cars and have no obvious provision for parking. I do think that's a significant drawback of the design, and I also think that that the City Council needs to be showing a little bit more respect for its residents and its own policy than this, when we know that this is such a large problem in the city. So I do think a redesign is necessary. I mean, I'd have been happy if the whole site was covered with the purpose-built disabled type accommodation. I think I'd even be happier in some ways if there were smaller flats where people are less likely to want to use cars. Though I think in the North End they do want to use at least 1 car parking space per unit. So I just think it's too short on parking, given the problems we know exist in that area. And that's without even really taking into account the loss of the informal parking provided by the informal car park there is present, because that is not a planning consideration. I'm afraid I just think it's too short of parking and too much for us to do to our residents when, as a city council, we know that this is our application, we know what our standards are, and we're falling very far short of them in an area where we know parking is a huge problem. But I do very much welcome the aspiration of the administration to build that kind of supported purpose-built disabled accommodation. I welcome their aspiration to build a good number of affordable units on that site, and I think they should. I think they need to provide at least 1 parking space per unit, though. That's where I feel like I have to draw the line, and I think if possible they should try and fit in a few more than that. So for that reason, I have to support refusal of this application.
Okay, so Councillor, you're going to go with Terry Norton, who's proposed for refusal. Is that your seconding?
Yes, I'm seconding for the same reason, that the impact on highways and the amenity of other highway users in the area falls too far short of what's required under PCS 17.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Now moving on to Councillor Lynn Stagg, please. Councillor Lynn Stagg.
Thank you, Chair. Like a lot of you, I think the actual building is great. We desperately need more housing. We particularly need social housing, and housing for disabled people, disabled access is absolutely brilliant. We've got one of those developments in my ward. But I do have a big issue with the parking. And I must admit that I'm split here, because there's part of me that says we need to have fewer cars on the road. Now, if we could trust people to not have 1 car per household, it would be great from the point of view of cutting down congestion, air pollution, etc. But the reality is they're not going to limit themselves to that many, that fewer numbers. So I want to support the actual building. I don't want to support the parking, because I think there needs to be more parking, even though I don't want to encourage more people to have cars. I would like this to go away if possible and be redrawn. I know that's probably very difficult to do, but I think some way of including some more parking, even though it goes against my basic instincts, but I'm being a realist as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lynn Stagg. Any more comments, members, first of all, before we go to voting? Any more comments, please? Okay, so we've got 2 things on the floor, basically. We've got Councillor Hunt, who's asking for permission, or for grant permission, seconded by Councillor Judith Smythe, and then we've got for refusal, we've got Councillor Terry Norton for refusal, and we've also got Councillor Atkins who seconded that. Is that correct from members, first of all? Okay then, so legal, can you just remind me what I'm voting for? First of all, I can understand it's the permission, to grant permission. That's the first thing on the table, is that correct?
Yes, I can confirm you are considering now a motion to issue planning permission in accordance with the officer report.
Okay, members, thank you for that, just to clarify that. So that's what we're voting on first of all. So I'm going to go to the vote now, and I'll ask each member to turn to say if they're going to vote for that motion or against, or do they wish to abstain. Everybody quite clear on that? Okay then, so I call upon Judith Smythe. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
I'm for the motion, Chair.
Thank you very much. If we could just remember, members, just say for, against or abstain. It makes the life much easier for the people behind me. Okay, I can now call upon Councillor Matthew Atkins. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
Just to be clear, this is the motion in favour of the officer's report.
Yes, that's correct.
I'm against the motion.
You're against. That's fine, Councillor. Thank you. I call upon Councillor Lee Hunt. Are you for or against the motion of which or you wish to abstain?
For.
For. Thank you very much. Donna Jones, please indicate if you are against the motion or you wish to abstain.
Against.
Oh, against, yeah, or against. Thank you very much. Terry Norton, Councillor Norton, please indicate if you are for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
Against.
Against, thank you.
Against, Chair.
Sorry? Against, yeah, okay, I think we've got that. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
Abstain.
Abstain, thank you. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please would you indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain?
Against.
Against, thank you very much. Councillor Claire Oudie, please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
I'm for the motion, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure it was nothing personal. Chris Atwell here.
Sorry, did I miss you out? Sorry, Councillor Atwell, sorry. Were you for or against?
For, Chair.
For. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. And now I wish to cast my own vote, and I'm for that. Could you please count that up for us, please?
I have 5 votes in favour of the motion to grant planning permission. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 against and 1 abstention. So the motion passes.
And so they got permission. That's correct. You've got permission. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, so we're going to move on to the next item, please, which I'm going to introduce you to James Galini, who will now present the third application, and this is for number 1 to 3 Warwick Crescent. James, it's all over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can everyone hear me okay? Yes, okay, good. And can everyone see the presentation? Good. Oh, sorry. Okay, so this application is for the construction of a 3-storey building to provide 5 student flats for a total of 26 occupants at the address 1 to 3 Warwick Crescent. It's being heard at committee due to the requirement for a legal agreement and various financial contributions. Subsequently, 1 deputation request has been made. The site's a 465 square metre plot of land on the northern side of Warwick Crescent, which is within the northern part of Southsea and Somerstown area. As you can see, the site is denoted by a red line in the aerial view and on the location plan. The site was previously home to the Mystery Public House, which ceased operations in 2005 and shortly after burnt down. Permission was granted in March 2019 for a 3-storey residential block of 8 market dwellings in an apartment block. This just shows a clear aerial view of the site. Contrary to the image, the site is now totally cleared and does not contain any vegetation. It's surrounded on all sides by residential. To the north is a 5-storey block of flats. To the east is a new 2- and 3-storey residential development, with 2-storey being the section just to the north and the 3-storey being the section just to the south. On the opposite side of the road is a series of 5- to 7-storey flats, and to the west is a 2- and 2.5-storey high terraced housing and a 1-storey row of garages just to the south of them. Here's an alternative aerial view showing the character and the scale of the surrounding area. As you can see, there's a mixture of heights and design, although generally the area can be characterised by relatively dense mid to late 20th century apartment buildings with some other housing types and more modern developments. The proposed development's been superimposed into the image so it can be viewed in its context, and you can see that just within the red circle. This is the site plan, which also includes the ground floor plan. Access is taken from Warwick Crescent just to the south, as is existing. No car parking provisions proposed, however 26 cycle spaces are provided, which is 1 for each of the occupants, in addition to 2 visitor cycle spaces just to the front. Landscaping and boundary treatments are also shown indicatively and would be secured by condition. In terms of neighbouring amenity, this scheme is not materially larger or taller than the previous extant scheme, and it's broadly the same footprint. Therefore, there would be no material change in terms of daylight and overshadowing to neighbours. Windows at and above first floor level on the western elevation and the rear part of the eastern elevation, which would face neighbouring windows, are all high level and or obscure. Also, separation distances of approximately 12 metres to the western neighbours, 15 metres to the northeast neighbours, and 35 metres to the northern flats is considered adequate separation distance. Therefore, the proposal is not considered to detrimentally impact on neighbouring community in terms of light levels, outlook or privacy. Environmental Health has suggested any potential noise or disturbance issues can be mitigated or prevented through a management plan, which is conditioned. The management plan is also required to satisfy highway concerns in relation to preventing parking, putting in place car drop-off times at the start and end of term times, and limiting use outside of term times, as well as some other measures. A legal agreement will also be required to secure financial contributions for the management and auditing of the plan and its measures, in addition to the SPA contributions. This is just a blown up version of the previous slide to see better the floor plan ground floor. So the ground floor and the first floor mirror one another and contain 2 lots of 5-bedroom cluster flats on each floor. Each bedroom has an ensuite, and each of the flats has a shared kitchen and dining area. Adequate amenities considered to be provided for future occupants. There's also space within the small access road for the term time drop-offs at the start and end of term for approximately 2 cars. Here you can see the upper floors and the roof plan, in addition to sectional drawings. As mentioned, the first floor is the same as the ground floor, providing 2 more 5-bed flats, and the top floor would provide 1 single 6-bedroom flat, not too dissimilar to the other floors. Proposed elevations can be seen here. The scheme has been reduced in scale from 4 stories to 3 stories since submission. It broadly matches the height of the neighbours to the east and the west, and the design utilises 2 stories of brown brick with a 3rd story setback standing seam mansard roof, as well as a turret feature to the southeast corner. Grey PVC windows are throughout, and as you can see, the aforementioned west and east windows are obscure glazed and some are high level. The design is very similar to the previously approved scheme and deemed to be good quality and in keeping with the character of the area. The applicants provided an updated 3D visual image to better show what the development would look like within its site and context. This slide just shows the proposed scheme in comparison with the 2019 approval. The blue dashed line shows the previous scale and massing, and as you can see, the new development would be broadly within the outline of the extant scheme. Taking a few photos of the site this morning, so as it stands currently, this is the view of the site from the front along Warwick Crescent, looking northwards to the site and then the 5-story flats beyond. The site is cleared currently and, as you can see, completely empty. You can also see the retained access point in the centre of the photo, which will provide access to the site and the two-car drop-off point. Just to the west and outside of the site boundary is a separate access road just to the garage and a couple of back gardens to the neighbouring properties to the west. These two photos show the site looking eastwards towards the modern 2- and 3-storey residential development and a car park just to the west of that. The top left photo in this slide shows the western part of the site and views westwards to garages and to the 2- and 2.5-storey dwellings. You can also see the narrow access again here along the western boundary, but this isn't within the application site. The bottom right photo shows flats to the south, which are on the opposite side of the road. In terms of other assessment criteria, the principle of residential development at this site, including specific student accommodation, is supported within the Somerstown and North South Sea Area Action Plan, which identifies the site as suitable for residential redevelopment. Policy PCS 6 of the Portsmouth Plan also generally supports regeneration in this area. The Students' Halls of Residence SPD identifies a need for student-specific accommodation, particularly in close proximity to university buildings, which this site is. The policy team has indicated that the university has recently confirmed a need for additional small-scale purpose student accommodation. The principle is therefore accepted. As the site is cleared, no ecological constraints are evident. A biodiversity enhancement should, however, be secured, and this is conditioned. Highways and parking is deemed to be acceptable, subject to a management plan, and the highways officer has confirmed that provided the management plan is secured, he has no objections to the application. There are no flooding or draining issues, and SPA mitigation has been proposed and agreed by Natural England, so will be acceptable subject to legal agreement. There are no other material considerations or concerns from officers. 3 objections have been received, which mainly relate to scale and amenity concerns, as well as housing type and parking. These are viewed as having been addressed throughout the assessment and taken into account the extant scheme and also through conditions and a management plan. The officer recommendation is therefore to approve, subject to conditions and a subsequent legal agreement. No supplementary matters to report. We've received one deputation from a neighbouring objector and a rebuttal deputation from the agent. I shall now read these out, if that's okay.
Yes, please, James. We'd like to hear that, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. The first one is from a neighbouring objector, Florentina Borman, who lives at number 81, just to the west. Following your invitation to make a deposition in respect to the upcoming planning meeting, I would like to reinforce my objection in respect to the height of the blocks at the south elevation. I am the owner of 81 Grosvenor Street, and with the current plans, the height of the new building is going to cast a permanent shadow over my garden and my house, and secondly, it's going to compromise the privacy of my house and garden, as it's going to be horribly overlooked. I strongly believe the plans should be amended to build a higher elevation at the back, north elevation, where not only there is garden space, but there are already 3-storey flats, in order to allow a 2-storey extension at the south that would not impact my property to such a degree. Looking at the plans, I believe the architects could move the space allocated for bicycles from the north elevation to the south, or make other small adjustments that would be a lot more considerate towards the existing houses, which are not more than 2 stories high. The elevation could also be higher in the middle rather than at the periphery, or it could be higher towards the parking spaces at the right of the south elevation, where the distance between the height of the building and the next house is not only bigger, but it will not have such an impact. As it stands, the south elevation is inconsiderate, and it not only will dramatically devalue my house, but impact dramatically the light and the privacy of it. Last but not least, I would like to ask how building yet more student accommodation in the area is going to impact the existing ratio of over 10% student accommodation. According to the planning department, not further than October last year, the area is oversaturated with student accommodation. The city centre is flooded with student accommodation in a city that is crying out, like the rest of the country, for affordable housing. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this deposition and for inviting me to the meeting on Wednesday. Yours sincerely, Florentina Bortman. Next is the rebuttal deputation from the agent to the application. The proposed building in this application is of a similar height, scale, massing and design to that of the planning approval 18/02011/FUL, which itself was based on the scale and massing of the mystery public house which formerly stood on the site. The images below, and they provided the elevations and the blue line comparison to the previous scheme, which I showed you on an earlier slide, show the proposed within the blue outline that shows the extent of the approval. In some areas, the proposed building is actually smaller than the approved scheme. All fenestration on the west elevation to first and second floor are notched primary windows and are proposed to be obscure glazed to prevent overlooking of private gardens to dwellings on the western boundary of the site. The orientation of the site and location of 81 Grosvenor Street means any shadowing created by the development or the approved development would be restricted to the early morning sun in the east, and the building would not cause any more shadowing from mid-morning to that property. As per the planning officer's case report, planning policy dictates the area is appropriate for student housing, and this proposal is purpose-built accommodation of 5 cluster apartments, which replicate the communal living second and third year students desire, and will release at least 5 houses in the area currently used for student lets to return to being family homes. Thank you.
Thank you, James. I don't think there's any more deputations, is there?
No, that's all of them.
Can I thank all the deputations, please, for writing in? It's very important that you do write in. Thank you so much. So now I want to move on to questions from members. So these are questions, please, from members, which will be directed to the planning officer, James. So the first one on my list, I call upon Councillor, where was it? Councillor Atkins, please.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to clarify the situation regarding the agreement regarding departures and arrivals of students. It is the case that if we were to grant permission today, it would be conditional on that agreement being secured, wouldn't it? Because the highway officer does say he would object whether or not an agreement in place to secure managed arrivals and departures at the beginning and end of term. So that would be a condition that we are attaching to the permission today if we granted it. Is that correct?
James?
Thank you. Yes, that's correct. So we're conditioning a management plan, and the Section 106 will also secure that and its contributions, and that will include what the highway officer has already indicated as having a suitable 1 hour slot drop-off time, either the first weekend or first couple of weekends, and subsequently the last 2 of term time, to allow students to effectively move in and move out within their allotted time, and therefore reduce any impact on the highway network.
Did you want to come back on that at all?
It's on a slightly different issue. It's just addressing the last representation and this issue of the neighbouring houses that are not so tall. The blue outline is for an existing permission for a different building, is it? How does the current permission compare to the size of the pub? Is that correct?
Yes, so the original permission was brought, which is this on the screen now, the 2019 approval, was based broadly on the scale of the pub that was there previously. And then the new proposal now is broadly within the outline of that development. So it's not materially larger or bulkier, and it has similar window arrangements, which are all obscure glazed or high level on the relevant east and west elevations.
Thank you. So it's actually not materially larger than the pub was. So I get the residents have appreciated having a couple of years without the pub there, but it's not any different how it was back then.
Yeah. This slide shows again the blue line is what's been approved already and its extent, and then you can see the proposed development within it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Is that okay for you, Councillor?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. As I say, you can always come in again for another question. Councillor Judith Smythe, please. You were the next one on my list. Councillor Judith Smythe.
Thank you, Chair. The last answer to the last question has somewhat answered my question. I wanted to pick up on the deputation that was very worried about the loss of light to her property, and I wondered what assessment had been made of that and whether that was significant. Although I do understand the point made about the replacement of a similarly massed building, which has been there before.
James?
Yes, so exactly. There's no material difference from the previous scheme. So this is number 81, as you can see, which would look onto a 3-storey approved development from last year. And at the moment, it's a similar scale in that area with similar window arrangements. So there's not considered to be a material difference. Nevertheless, there is approximately 12 metres separation distance. Number 81 currently looks out onto a sort of 3-metre high wall garage, and there's a mature tree somewhere along that boundary as well, which is significantly higher. So yeah, it's not considered to materially impact on their amenity, especially when taking into consideration the material consideration that's the extant scheme.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Chris Atwell, please. You've got a question, please, to the officer. Councillor Atwell, would you switch your
Very a bit slow with the
video? That's no problem at all.
James, hi. The Somerstown and North South Sea Area Action Plan, the part of it that deals with infrastructure and developer contributions suggests that another important element of the regeneration is the provision of local employment opportunities to help reduce the local unemployment rate. How does this application address that requirement?
Well, this application is for residential student accommodation, so it wouldn't directly address any employment use. As mentioned, the previous permission is for residential as well, so that could be implemented if and when for the next couple of years. So essentially, it's just a slightly different type of residential to what's already been approved at the site. So there's no loss of commercial use taken into account that previous application. And the policy within the Area Action Plan also sort of generally supports regeneration and identifies specifically this part of the area for residential rather than commercial.
Okay.
Councillor Atwell, did you want to go back on that?
Yes, please. Only in a previous application for student accommodation, we made reference to the provision of local employment opportunities.
Did you want to make a comment at all?
Members, if I can assist.
Thank you.
I believe, Councillor, well, you're referring to the Middle Street application. Within the Area Action Plan, a number of different development sites and opportunity areas are identified. The Middle Street application is described as site number 1, within which the acceptable uses as listed include ground floor B1 uses, those commercial activities. So that site, I wouldn't go so far as to say it was specifically allocated for that, but certainly the policy presumption was to require office space as part of it. This is obviously a much smaller site, which is therefore not as easily identifiable within the allocation in the way the Middle Street scheme could be described to be, but it certainly falls within proximity of the site 13 within that, which has its key frontage of Warwick Crescent, which identifies an opportunity for 3-storey residential developments. So again, these are not allocations with clear red lines around them, but certainly as part of the action plan, there was an anticipation that the Warwick Crescent, Grosvenor Street, Waterloo Street frontages would be brought forward for densified residential development at around 3 storeys. As always, though, that policy has to be interpreted in light of the merits of this scheme to make sure it satisfies all the other amenity issues that you've already been discussing.
Thank you, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ian, for clarifying that. So, members, just to, again, there's nobody really coming forward now for any more questions, but I'll just ask again, anybody else want any more questions to the officers before we move on to comments? No? Okay, so we're going to move on to comments, and the first person was Councillor Hunt. Comments, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, we all have empathy with the objector when she is concerned, or he is concerned, about the loss of life to his rear yard and the impact on their house. Unfortunately, if we want to, we could throw this application out. Unfortunately, the facts are this was a pub before, and this building is almost the same size as the pub, which of course, as Chris Atwell's been talking about, employment opportunities, was about the same size as this particular building. And we've also got, after that, the grant of permission for a very similar sized building, the scale and mass and design and so on. So if we were minded to want to throw it out today or overturn the officer's report, we really would be giving the person false hope. So that's that point. And we're only really considering today the plans and the mitigation that the officers have got to deal with now onwards. So I would like to move the officers' report and the 3 recommendations at the bottom of the report, which seek mitigation around nitrates and the plan that someone was talking about earlier on, the arrivals plan. I think that was Councillor Atkins. So yeah, I need to move the report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hunt. So I've got Councillor Hunt who's agreeing at the moment. Okay, so our next person is Councillor Luke Stubbs, please, for comments, please.
I think it's largely been covered by Councillor Hunt, actually. I mean, I think, you know, the scope of this application, I don't see a problem with it. I'm happy to second his proposal to grant consent.
Thank you very much, Councillor Stubbs. So, anybody else want any more comments, please? Oh, yes, Councillor Matthew Atkins, please, a comment, please, from yourself.
Yeah, I think my comment is I'm echoing what's been said by Councillor Hunt, Councillor Stubbs, and I shall also be voting in favour of the officer's recommendation. I do think I should probably say, and I think probably a lot of us on this committee do feel this way, that we probably would rather have seen affordable housing on this location than more student accommodation. I think there is a general feeling across the committee that we've got enough student accommodation, and we think that some of these are probably not going to be successful as student accommodation. Unfortunately, none of those are material planning grounds, and so we would, I think, simply be overturned on appeal if we tried to use that as a reason for refusal. But I do want to say to developers, I think our opinion as councillors is that we are quite saturated on student flats in the city now, and we'd be surprised if all of you make money if you keep building them. But I guess you know your business. I just wanted to say that we share those resident concerns, but unfortunately they're not a reason for refusal. So I'll be voting in favour of permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkins. Any more comments before we move on to the vote, councillors? No? Okay then, so we have a motion before us proposed by Councillor Lee Hunt that we grant planning permission in accordance with the officer's recommendations and subject to the amendments that Councillor Hunt said earlier on. This motion was seconded by Councillor Luke Stubbs. I'd just like to check with the planning officer. Are there any additional comments before we go to the vote, please? Ian, at all? Any more comments?
No, sir, I don't think there's any more comments we need to make.
Thank you. And could the proposer and seconder confirm that they are content with the changes or suggestions to the officers? So the proposer, Lee Hunt, and Councillor Luke Stubbs, the seconder, more than happy for us to continue. I take it. Okay. So I'll now go to the vote. I will ask each member
Chair,
in turn.
if I may.
Yes, sorry.
There were no changes, to be clear there.
Oh, sorry.
Simply in accordance with officer's recommendation, the motion is to give conditional planning permission.
Right. Sorry. Thank you very much for correcting me there. So now I will now go to the vote. I will ask each member in turn if they are voting for or against the motion or if they wish to abstain. So Councillor Judith Smythe, please indicate if you are for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
For, Chair.
Thank you. For. I will now call upon Councillor Matthew Atkins. Please indicate if you are for, against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
For the motion, Chair.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Atwell. Please, are you for or against, or do you wish to abstain? Councillor Atwell.
Abstain, Chair.
Did you say abstain, Councillor?
I did, Chair, yes.
You said abstain. Okay, thank you. I now call upon Councillor Lee Hunt. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Donna Jones. Please indicate if you are for, against the motion or do you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Terry Norton. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain.
For, Chair.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Lynn Stagg. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain.
For, Chair.
Thank you. I now call upon Councillor Luke Stubbs. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain.
For.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Councillor Claire Oudie. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain.
I wish to abstain, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I now call upon myself as chair, and I'm voting for that, please. So I'll go over to legal to find out what the scores are.
And the scores are 8 votes in favour of the motion with 2 abstentions. The motion passes and planning permission is granted.
So, as I say, we grant that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, members. So now we're going to move on to the last application. I know that Councillor Jones has to leave us. Is that correct, Councillor Jones?
Has item 4 been withdrawn then, the Salton
Sorry.
Road one?
Sorry, have I skipped?
I'm happy to.
Sorry, I better.
Leave
Sorry.
the meeting if you want me to. But...
Just give me 1 second. I've jumped ahead of myself.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Jones. I've jumped ahead of myself. So sorry, Ian. Who's introducing this one? Sorry.
So thank you. This is 109 to 113 Salton Road being introduced by Simon Dunlewin.
Sorry, Simon, to cut you off. Yes, Simon, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. 109 to 113 Salton Road. The application is for construction of an additional storey and the conversion of the first floor to provide 5 self-contained flats, 3 one-beds on the first floor and a 1-bed and a 2-bed on the additional floor, which would be the second floor. So this is the site here. I'm sure everybody knows where Salton Road is. I'm, of course, still learning the geography as a newcomer, so please bear with me if I do make any errors on site locations and descriptions. It's a corner site, currently a shop on the ground floor, and it's got a somewhat disjointed first floor area. The building originally constructed back in the early 60s, with consent being granted in 1960. It's on the corner of Malins Road. I haven't got a larger aerial view, but on the opposite corner there is a 3-storey building with 7 flats in it. The area is primarily residential, but there are remnants of corner shops along Salton Road leading 300 metres to the east to Kingston Road, which is a local shopping centre. The building opposite is a 13-storey Copperfield house, which some may be familiar with. It's a purpose-built block of flats. The Malins Road is primarily 2-storey houses with pitched roofs. The site photos, as you will see here, you can just see Copperfield House in the background there. The ground floor is boarded up to the side and the first floor on Malins Road. This is the rear servicing yard, which is also closed off, although they do service the shop via the side of the premises. This is the front of it, as you can see, and this is a longer view of this photograph, a wider angle view, and you can see the windows are boarded up. First floor is primarily additional storage space for the ground floor shop. Sorry, I didn't check if everybody could see this, but by your silence, I take it that you can.
Yeah, we can all see it, Simon. Thank you so far.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry, I didn't check earlier. This is the rear servicing yard looking out from within. They already have their own provisions for access and for refuse storage. This is looking at it from the neighbour at 115, looking up to the rear external staircase, which I understand provides access to the first floor as an alternative fire escape. There was some suggestion that the upper floor was authorised for a flat, but I understand from my earlier site visit today, discussing it with the applicant, that it was actually never used, but this acts as a fire escape for the first floor. This is number 16 Malins Road to the rear. The gap here is about 5 metres between the existing rear wall and the side of Malins Road, which also has a 1 metre alley. And I will show you that. I'll just go back there. That's the alley here that leads to the back of the properties. the terrace in Mallins Road. Coming back to the site photos, this is the view from the rooftop, which shows the rear garden at Mallins Road, and this is the end of it, the same garden that is. Properties on Mallins Road, the proposed plan as existing, obviously the ground floor and the first floor, there's no detail of it because that's not part of the application. What's being proposed is to extend, to fill this gap in. This gap in here, can you all see that?
Yes, we can see it. Yep.
And the shaded area represents the extension on the first floor. So effectively what you saw earlier on the overhead, which was a rather disjointed first floor existing layout in this manner here, is to be extended to the front and to the side on Mallins Road. There is a slight 1 metre extension towards the east, which will provide access corridor for the flats, as you can see. So this is essentially the first floor extensions that will provide the additional space to accommodate the 3 flats. There is an existing window at this point. You will have noted that some of the comments summarised objected to overlooking issues, etc. And I do have a deputation that I will read out in a moment. But this is being blocked up. I'll come to that with an overhead shot in a moment. The second floor extension will provide a 1-bed unit here and a 2-bedder with an internalized staircase that comes up in this area with overhead windows for ventilation, roof lights for ventilation, and daylight, natural daylight. Now, as far as the elevations are concerned, you will see that this is the existing front elevation. They will fill in the gap, as I showed you earlier, so that it squares off on the first floor all the way around the building to the back. And this is the additional second floor, which is set back from the neighbour at 115 over here. And in terms of the rear elevation, there's no change. These are the vent grills that are still there and retain, which will provide ventilation to the stair core. Now, in terms of the front, the side elevation on Mallins Road, that's the existing, you will have seen earlier, the blocked up windows, both at ground and first floor. They will be opened up with an additional window in this area for the staircase, because this, which will provide light. And this is the proposed entrance for the flats upstairs with the internal, the stair core. So essentially, in terms of the fenestration, in numbers are the same. The additional floor will provide the 4 new habitable windows that look out towards the west and to the front to Copperfield House on Salton Road in the earlier elevation that I showed you. So essentially all the windows here provide light and ventilation to the habitable rooms. On the east elevation, there are already existing windows, most of which are obscure glaze, and I did take some photos earlier, but apologies, I hadn't had a chance to upload them. But they are all being removed, and there is a reference in paragraph 5.8, and with my apologies, Chair, my SMAT was totally inoperative today. I just wanted to make a delete, a line in paragraph 5.8, line 9, which refers to all but one window. In fact, that line should be deleted. All windows are being removed, but this one is an existing, so there's no change to that part at the rear.
Simon, could you just repeat that again so members are very clear on what you're saying? Sorry.
Yeah. The extension on the first floor, which the corridor I referred to in this part, At the moment, there are windows along this edge, which obviously faces number 15 next door, including a window here. And I will show you an overhead view. That is the window at the rear, and there is actually a door there as well that provides access to the rooftop as an escape route for the staircase that I mentioned earlier, where the landing is to the external staircase out to the servicing yard. The windows all along this edge will go because they are putting in their corridor extension along this edge. That window is also going to go. As you can see over here, that's being blocked up. Earlier, in an earlier guise, they had a corridor window positioned in this location, which would have been just to the corridor. And when they amended the drawings only last week or the week before, which coincided with finalising the report, as I said, my apologies. The SMAT note that I wanted to just put before the committee was to refer to that line in paragraph 5.8, which is quite a thick paragraph, but if you go down to line 9, all but one will be removed to provide light to a corridor. So there's no longer a window here to provide light to the corridor, and I just wanted that to be removed. And if I can just log that on the webcast, then that will be clear, hopefully. Is that clear, Chair?
Well, I just wanted it clear for members so they knew exactly. I'm sure a member will bring that up in a minute when we come to them for questions, but I just wanted it really clarified as best we can before obviously the vote is taken, because obviously I know it's very important to people. So long as you've explained it, which I think pretty in depth there, if another member wants to quiz you on that in a minute, I'm sure they will ask that question again.
Yes, I'm conscious I don't cause any confusion, Chair, so thank you very much for bearing with me on that point. So I've done the elevations. I've shown you the 3D view of the relationship, which is quite a tight relationship with number 115 next door, and obviously they were requested to, if they wanted to make a deputation, they had initially expressed their desire to do so, but at the end of the day, that we have only received one deputation. The applicants have decided that they don't want to make a deputation, so I have a response. Shall I go straight to the deputation? I'll read it out in full, Chair.
Yes, please, if you could read it out in full, please.
The deputation is from Kim Blake at 59 Malins Road.
Okay.
Right, so this is Mrs. Blake's representation. There are several reasons to my objections to these flats being built. Buckland has been overdevelopment, losing its sense of community within the area of proposed site. There would be a feeling of overcrowding. Also on this site, it would be out of character along this side of the road. It would also have a negative visual impact on this development, particularly on the landscape and locality. There is not adequate parking. This is highlighted when delivery are made to the local shop, having issue unloading and turning. I'm reading ad verbatim, Chair, I'm not changing anything at all, which can be detrimental to highway safety, not to mention the additional traffic that will be generated. It's bad enough now on football days. Loved it when they mentioned cycle storage, and in brackets, Buckland has one of the highest crime rate for cycle thieves, close bracket. Refuse storage is there, adequate room for this, exclamation mark, no mention of recycling. Effect on the value of prior properties in the area. What is the reason for the applicant for applying for planning permission? They've fallen on hard times, just wants to make money? What about the people of Buckland? Stop building inner city slums. The area already has issue with antisocial behaviour and crime. Portsmouth has one of the highest pollution levels. Building additional flat would have a negative effect on this. Plan for the future. Sick of people making a money on poor community. I have a voice and listen. Do not build these flats. Yours sincerely. Thank you, Chair. That's the deputation. So I will end there, if I may. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Simon, for that very good presentation as well. Thank you. So now we're going to move to members' questions to Simon, the officer. So far, I've got Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Questions, please. Thank you.
Sorry, no, I'd not typed in chat for a question yet, Chair.
Sorry, that might have been an old one. Okay, Councillor Lee Hunt, question, please. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, thank you. You got me now?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, welcome, Simon.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We'll be hearing much more from you yet. The pace of your presentation allowed me to think, and I want to ask you. You mentioned 115 Salton Road. I think it's 115. The property immediately next door, which from the overview you can see shadowing on their rear garden and backyard already on the picture that's up right now, the aerial view. What do you think the impact is going to be on their property if these extra units for accommodation are built out?
Simon?
Thank you for the welcome, Councillor Hunt. I have looked at this. I mean, the shadowing you see there is from the rear addition of the existing building, and you can see the Copperfield Road shadowing here as well. Obviously the second floor extension is going to come to this line, and I dare say that there will be a degree of impact, but I don't consider, in my own view, that it would be detrimental. I've looked at the windows along this side of number 15 as well on the first floor, and they were obscure glazed. And it's traditionally with rear wings or rear additions, as some call it, you don't generally tend to have side habitable rooms, and that suggests to me that there's no impact, even if it was to have a degree of overshadowing. But in my opinion, I consider that the scheme is acceptable in amenity impact terms.
Councillor Hunt, did you want to go back on that?
Yeah, thank you. No, would you be kind enough to put up the view that you took? I think from the application site down to their garden. Oh, yeah, that one. And were you able to get any idea from their rear garden looking up? I think I saw one from the rear garden looking up somewhere.
Simon?
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'm just trying to bring that photo up that Councillor Hunt asked for, which I think is this one. This photo was actually taken by my predecessor, Pat Aird. I didn't actually get into the neighbouring garden, but from here, I don't think you will you will see.
That build's going to be built in, and then another floor goes up.
Yeah, and it will be along the back edge here. So yes, there will be, as I said earlier, there will be a degree of impact, but I'm satisfied that it would not be detrimental to warrant refusal. That's where I stand at the moment. I mean, I can do the physical calculations, but in my, I've seen a lot of these in my time.
I think we agree they'll see less blue or grey sky when they look up in their garden.
Well,
a bit less.
Yes, it would be a little bit less, but in terms of planning, it's really about habitable rooms and how much light you would lose to habitable rooms, and not so much your view from your garden.
No. And in planning terms, one last question, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The amenities that residents currently enjoy in their rear garden, Simon, Are we allowed to look at that and protect that if we think it's warranted?
Yes, I mean the BRE guidance, daylight PJ Littlefair documentation that came out that we've been using as the Bible effectively since 1991 does talk about sun on ground, but this is a north-facing rear.
No, we're across purposes. I'm talking about sensory closure by.
Oh, I see. I beg your pardon.
The extra story and the
Yeah.
encroachment. All right. No, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much indeed.
Is everything everything explained to you, Councillor Hunt? You're
Yes,
happy
thank
for
you
that?
very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, members, any more questions to Simon at all before we move on to comments? Any more questions? One more time. Councillor Lynn Stagg has put her hand up there. You can put your hand up, Councillor, or put it in the text. The chat is better personally. But Councillor Lynn Stagg, please.
Thank you. What is the maximum height of the new extension? My concern is following on from what Councillor Hunter has said, and in winter time, for example, the angle of elevation.
Sorry, Councillor Stagg, could you switch off? Have you got anything in the background? I couldn't quite hear what you were on about. Sorry, I heard two sort of voices there.
Right.
So I just want, is that okay? Sorry, I just want to make sure we can all hear you. Sorry, Councillor Stagg.
Yes, the question I want to ask is what is the maximum elevation of the new extension? Because in winter time, the angle of the sun is very low in the sky. It's something in Portsmouth like 15 degrees. So the sun in the evening, or the afternoon evening, would be coming from the sort of bottom left-hand side of that corner, I think. Therefore, there would be a shadow cast on the house next door. And I mean, I can calculate it, but if I know what the height is and the distance between that extra elevation and the building next door, it can be calculated. Because I'm trying to think, in winter time, some of those rooms could therefore be in darkness or in shadow at least. It may not be. I'm asking the question.
Right. I think I understood the question, Councillor Stagg. Simon, did you get that? What Councillor Stagg was saying?
Yes, Chair. Did I catch Councillor Stagg right that she could calculate it? Perhaps if I give you the figures, maybe.
Well, it is. There is a mathematical method of calculating it.
Oh, of course it is. Yes. No, I agree with you.
It might take me forever to do it, mind you. I usually contact my son, but unfortunately he lives in Vancouver, so it's not easy. But,
thank you. No, I appreciate that. I've done these calculations manually myself, and unless you've got the software, it can take hours and hours. But the maximum height from parapet level, if I can just bring up the elevation so you can see it here, from the existing parapet level, that's going up 2.4 meters. Okay, and the setbacks are given on the drawings, which I have put onto the website. So the maximum setback here is 3.5 meters or 3.465. So I've got them to put the distances on. I've checked these on GIS as well, so they're verified.
Thank you. So the maximum height would be the previous height plus 2.4 meters, you say?
2.4 meters from existing parapet level. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Stagg. I hope that was explained to you. Councillor Lee Hunt, sorry, did you want to ask another question at all? Sorry, or was my chat gone up not right?
No, I'm fine.
Everyone's finished. Okay, so everyone's finished with questions, have they? Yeah, okay. So we'll go on to comments then, members. Can somebody give me any comments at all from anybody? Councillor Lee Hunt had his hand up, yes.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm looking at this one with a really open mind. And I get the infill bit on the first story. I get how that regularizes the building. But I think it goes a bit too far when it tries to seek the additional story. And I think that it creates an overbearing feature of the building, particularly on the property at number 115. So I'll be interested to see what everybody else says. But I mean, I could suggest that we defer it and we try and see if we can delete that second story, because I think that the first floor they intend to put on kind of regularizes the building. But anyway, let's see what everybody else says.
Okay, we'll still leave it open if that's okay. Anybody else for some more comments, please? Councillor Luke Stubbs is the next person. Councillor Luke Stubbs, please, for a comment, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, we've had quite a lengthy debate on this. I think my view is that we've got here a scheme, and it's an intensification scheme. We have quite a few of them. I think it does go some way to tidying up the design as well, and I will propose the officer's report.
Thank you very much. I've got a proposal there by Councillor Luke Stubbs there. Any more comments? Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Comments, please.
Yeah, having listened to the debate, I do see the concern by some of the neighbours, but I think the officer did take us through in some detail why the overlooking in this case shouldn't be too bad. In one direction, they're in fact closing off windows, and in all directions, the second story, the extra story, is actually quite well set back. So I think, given the kind of the context of the neighbourhood and the size of some of the buildings in that area, I don't think there's a residential amenity reason or a light amenity reason to refuse in this case. So I can't see. I was concerned myself a little about the level of parking and cycle storage. There's actually one bike short and there's no parking, but there are evidently surveys attached to the report which demonstrates available on-street parking in the area of sufficient to provide for the lost spaces. So in this case, I think it's a reasonable scheme. It will go some way to meeting our housing shortage with what will be relatively low-cost accommodation, and so I think there's no good reason, in my view, for rejecting this application. So I'm happy to second the officer's report.
Okay, so we've got a proposer and seconder to approve the officer's report. Councillor Judith Smythe, please. Did you want to make a comment, please,
I
Councillor?
was about to say just the same, so I won't repeat it.
Okay, then. Anybody else for any more comments before we go to the vote, please? No. Okay, so we have a motion table proposed by Councillor Luke Stubbs that we grant planning permission in accordance. Are there any officers' recommendations on this one or not? No. Okay, so no officers' recommendations to that. So the motion was seconded by Councillor Atkins, and I just want to clarify to the planning officer any additional comments before we go to the vote at all. Ian.
No, Chairman, no additional comments. The recommendation is as laid out in the agenda.
Okay, and the proposer and seconder are quite happy for me to continue with it. So I'll now go to the vote. So I'll now ask members in turn if they are voting for or against the motion, or if they wish to abstain. So first of all, we'll start off with Councillor Judith Smythe. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
I'm for.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please. Would you indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Atwell, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain? Councillor Atwell, can you put your mic on? Are you for or against it, or you wish to abstain?
Okay, am I there? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
I'm for the motion.
You're for it. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lee Hunt, would you indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
Against.
Against, okay. I now call upon Donna Jones. Please indicate if you are for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
For, thank you very much. Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please would you indicate if you're for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
Abstain.
Abstain. Okay, Councillor Luke Stubbs, please indicate if you are for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
For.
For, thank you. Councillor Claire Udy, please indicate if you are for or against the motion, or do you wish to abstain?
I wish to abstain, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I now cast my own vote and I want to vote for that, please. Okay, would you please count up the scores, please?
The motion has received 4 votes in favour, 1 against and 2 abstentions. So the motion passes. And did I say? Oh, I do apologise.
Sorry,
7 votes in favour.
Sorry, would you just repeat that again for us?
1,
Sorry.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 votes in favour of the grant of permission, 1 against and 2 abstentions.
Thank you very much. So we've passed that. Thank you very much, members. So now we move on to the last application. Councillor Donna Jones, it's time we said goodbye, but thank you very much for your contribution to the meeting this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay. So the next thing on the planning is Rebecca Altman, who will now present the last application, and this is about the Portsmouth Football Club, Fratton Park, Frogmore Road. Rebecca, please, would you like to introduce the next item?
Thank you, Chairman. Can everybody see the presentation? Thank you. Okay, before I start the presentation, I'll draw your attention to the supplementary matters. You'll see that we've received 2 further representations since the publication of the report. One is an objection, which raises concerns about notification of the application and resident safety if there's more people entering and leaving and increased parking. In response to that, it is confirmed that the public consultation has been carried out in accordance with procedure and is outlined in paragraph 4.1 of the committee report. And the proposal is not to increase the capacity of the stadium, which I will explain in my presentation. There was a further representation received from the occupiers of one of the neighbouring properties in Carisbrooke Road, raising concerns about a wall that's being built, and I can confirm that this matter is being addressed between the applicants and that neighbour. And then finally, there was a further representation in support of the scheme. In addition to that, we have received clarification from the Environmental Health team that they do not object to the proposal. The application, excuse me, relates to the Milton End stand of Portsmouth Football Club at Portsmouth Football Stadium, which is the stand on the east side of the stadium. This is accessed from the north and south side of Specs Lane, and I'll show you some photographs in a minute. So these photographs are taken from inside the stadium looking towards the Milton End stand and the existing seating. The proposals are for a number of works which are to refurbish the stand and bring it up to current health and safety standards. There are a number of elements to these works, and what I'm going to try and do is just run you through the presentation with the different elements of the scheme. So you'll see one element was to retain the television screen that you can see there from the interior view here. And another element of the scheme is to reprofile the seating as it exists here, which means to raise the angle of the seating. And I do have some images a bit later in the presentation to show the effect of that. There's no proposal to increase the height of the roof of the stadium. So this is the Milton End stand as seen from the south side of Specs Lane. One of the main elements of the scheme is to improve the accesses from Specs Lane, and this is what you can see from the southeast side. You can see it's not the most visually appealing entrance, and you can see along Specs Lane there with the sort of graffitied walls, and so the intention is to do works to enhance the appearance of this. These works would include a full rebuilding of the entrance here with new turnstile entrance and exit. There's a small area of land incorporated which was currently part of the rear garden on number 44 Carisbrooke Road, and that would become a storage area, but it also allows for the increased width of the entrance to allow more visitors access more safely. Inside this entrance area, there would then be reconstructed WCs, including accessible WCs and some accessible seating. Then there would be a reconfiguration of the steps leading up to a raised concourse, which I will come on to, which is another main element of the proposal. The elevations here are not the most clear, so in the next slide I have got some images which show it a lot better. These are the CGIs created by the applicants. As you can see, the intention is to rebuild this entrance here, and the new buildings within the entrance and the sides of the existing building are proposed to be clad in white cladding with a mock Tudor detailing. Now, the applicants have explained the the reasoning behind this mock Tudor design is to respect but not replicate that which is seen on the main entrance to the stadium from Frogmore Road. Moving on to the north side of the stand, these are photographs showing you the entrances as currently exist when viewed from Specs Lane on the north side. Again, not the most visually appealing, so a large part of this proposal is to enhance the access and entrance to the stadium. And this photo is taken from the existing steps up to the concourse, showing the buildings and the arrangement of buildings within the north entrance area. Proposals on this side would again include a rebuilding of the entrance to create new turnstile entrances, new WCs, including accessible WCs, and then an access lift for to lead up to the first floor, the concourse level, and the upper seating, where there would be more accessible seating provided, and a new security building. Again, the elevations are not the most clear, so I have provided a CGI that the applicants provided to us. The new building here would be a fairly large structure, but it would be within the grounds of the stadium and no higher than the existing roof that you can see there. The entrance structures themselves would be a maximum of 5 meters in height. Then the other main element of the proposal relates to the raised concourse. This is the concourse, as you can see, from Specs Lane. It's raised up approximately 3.6 meters above ground level, and currently has a kind of wire mesh screening to it, and is slightly set back from Specs Lane. And I've got a photograph here. You can see through the wire mesh towards the properties in Alverstone Road to the east. This image then shows the actual concourse itself, which has significant issues with its width being too narrow, and causes a lot of issues with the movement of people, and doesn't meet the current health and safety regulations. The proposal is therefore to significantly increase the width of that concourse, and in doing so, it would partially overhang Specs Lane. The maximum level of overhang would be 0.9 meters. These section drawings that I've shown here show you where the existing concourse comes to and where the proposed concourse comes to, but it varies along its length because it's not along a straight line. So you'll see in some areas there's a much smaller overhang and then a larger overhang. These sections also show how the profile of the seating is supposed to be increased slightly, but with no increase in the height of the roof. And what these section drawings are also useful to show is the relationship of this new concourse here to the properties in Alverstone Road. And the nearest distance between the concourse and the rear of a property in Alverstone Road is approximately 13.3 meters. And this again is showing the sections on the north side, where you'll see in some areas hardly any overhang, and at its most it would overhang by about 0.9 meters. In terms of the appearance of the concourse, from Specs Lane itself, there would be a blue painted wall beneath. I understand they are looking at public art along there, but that's not part of this application. The actual concourse boundary would be a lightweight metal system, which would be semi-opaque to prevent the overlooking of the properties in Alverstone Road. And then this just shows you the increased width here. And again, just the CGI, which shows you the concourse, and you can see how it would overhang Specs Lane. Just to explain, there is a need for a stopping up order. There's part of a separate application to the Highways Authority, which relates to the stopping up of very small sections of the Specs Lane highway where there would be columns supporting the overhang. It's not part of this application, but I can confirm that the Highways Authority is satisfied with the areas to be stopped up, that it won't affect the access to garages within Specs Lane, which are to the rear of the Alverstone Road properties. That that concludes the explanation of the proposals. And the application is recommended for conditional permission. Now, I do have 2 deputations to read out, one representation against the scheme and then a response from the applicant.
Thank you.
So the first deputation is from Mr. Andrew Smith. My name is Andrew Smith. By way of background, I should explain that I have been a season ticket holder at Fratton Park for 40 years, was a member of the Portsmouth Supporters Trust Stadium Working Party that produced 2 reports on the club's stadium options, and was for a number of years chairman of Chichester District's Planning Committee. For the record, I supported the takeover of the club and do not regret that decision. I have no axe to grind. My sole motivation is what is best for the club and good design. You will, of course, determine the application on its merits. The existing Milton End has no redeeming features, either functionally or aesthetically. There is a risk in such cases that anything can be judged to be an improvement. I believe the officer's report contains an error in paragraph 5.11. The mock Tudor entrance at the end of Frogmore Road is the work of noted local architect Arthur Cogswell and is the remnants of the original pavilion largely replaced by Archibald Leith's South Stand in the 1920s. My objection is twofold. Firstly, on aesthetic grounds, and secondly, on the failure to demonstrate compliance with design guidance for football stadiums. The application aesthetics. The application seeks to justify the design on the basis that it complements the Frogmore Road entrance and South Stand designed by Archibald Leith. The approach to Fratton Park from Frogmore Road is an iconic view in English football, but to imitate design elements in a mashup of mock Tudor and classic Leith ironwork, far from being sympathetic, detracts from the original structures. When Arsenal Football Club redeveloped the North Bank at Highbury in the 1990s, it didn't commission a mock Art Deco design to match the east and west stands built in the 1930s. It commissioned a contemporary design. Whilst the existing Milton End has no redeeming features, is not within a conservation area and not within the setting of a listed building, poor quality design should not be tolerated. Indeed, the thrust of government advice on design for a while has been to encourage higher standards. The ironwork shown on the eastern elevation is not an accurate reflection of the Leach South Stand balcony that is supposed to reflect. Compliance with design standards for football stadiums. The Green Guide, as well as design guides issued by UEFA and FIFA, specify that spectators should enjoy an uninterrupted view of the pitch. The proposed design retains the columns supporting the roof at the front of the stand. The design and access statement makes numerous references to a C value of 60. This is the absolute minimum allowed. The recommended value of C is 90. The design and access guide fails to state other values in the equation that determines the rake of the seating to give each spectator good sight lines. I guess the value of T is 700, the minimum allowed in the Green Guide. The concourse area is open to the elements. This may be suitable for a cricket ground, but inappropriate for a winter sports ground. So that's a deputation from Mr. Andrew Smith. I now have a deputation to read out from the applicant, from the applicant's agent on behalf of the applicant. Thank you, Chairman and members of the committee. In submitting this application, the club seeks to significantly upgrade facilities within Fratton Park's Milton End stand in a way that will improve both ground safety and the football supporters' match day experience. The proposed improvements include the widening and rationalisation of the ground's north-east and south-east turnstile entrances, the provision of a new elevated spectator concourse to the rear of the stand, a new security control box, the reprofiling of the existing seated terrace to ensure that fans have an improved view of the pitch, and the provision of 26 wheelchair accessible seats together with a mechanical lift for easy access. Additionally, the proposals would result in the provision of new WCs for men, women and disabled supporters. The proposed development will also result in the comprehensive refurbishment of the stand's exterior in a manner specifically designed to reflect and respond to the club's heritage. Anyone that knows the Milton End stand will be aware that it is in need of a drastic overhaul to bring it up to modern day standards. Access into the ground from Carisbrooke Road and Specs Lane to the south and Milton Lane, Specs Lane to the north cannot be considered to be a pleasant experience. The existing turnstile arrangements are cramped, with access to seats being constrained, convoluted and claustrophobic. As there are no appropriate facilities within the Milton End, any visiting wheelchair-bound supporters have to be seated in the Fratton End, which can result in an intimidating experience. Existing toilet facilities are also very tired, often leading to a build-up of long queues on the steps leading up to the back of the stand. Food concessions are also limited in Milton End, with fans having to queue for prolonged periods in order to get a half-time snack. The proposed refurbishment, which has been facilitated by the club's purchase of a part of the rear garden of 44 Carisbrooke Road, will improve significantly supporters' access both into and out of the Milton End at its north and south-east entrances. These enhancements, along with the provision of a new 4.5 metre wide concourse steps, a mechanical lift and a 6 metre wide elevated concessions concourse, will improve crowd flows and crowd safety enormously. The seated stand is to be reprofiled with the existing 3,200 seats replaced. Each of the seats, including 26 wheelchair accessible seats, will have a better view of the pitch than is currently the case. The proposed improvements would also see the construction of a new security box for crowd control on match days, together with the big improvement of the stand's toilet facilities. Both corners of the stand will incorporate improved female toilets as well as disabled toilet facilities. The men's toilets are also to be re-provided and improved. The club has been very conscious of the need to respect the amenities of the occupiers of homes in Alveston Road to the east and Carisbrooke Road to the south. Consequently, the proposed improvements will not result in an increase in the height of the Milton stand roof. The proposed concessions concourse will also improve the relationship between the rear of the stand and gardens in Alveston Road. The existing concourse is currently enclosed by a chain link fence which allows a direct line of sight into the rear of properties on Alveston Road from the stand. However, the proposed concourse balustrade will be constructed with a lightweight semi-translucent metal cladding, which will eliminate overlooking of adjacent gardens. The club is aware of the comments made by the previous deputy. In response, the club would like to state that it has also consulted with the Sports Ground Safety Authority at length in order to achieve compliance with the Green Guide. With regards to aesthetics, the club is aware that not everyone will agree or have the same view on design. Having been through a lengthy pre-application process with the council's planning officers, the club has chosen a design that is of a high quality, reflecting in a contemporary manner the club's iconic Frogmore Road entrance. This is considered to be a subtle and appropriate design solution for the Milton End stand. Finally, the previous deputy has also criticised the proposed lines of sight from seats in the Milton stand. The club, through this application, seeks to improve the fans' matchday experience wherever it can. Achieving a C value of 60 is a significant improvement of the current situation. To achieve a C value of 90 would require the height of the stand's roof to be increased significantly. This wouldn't be acceptable, bearing in mind the proximity of houses in Alveston Road to the east. In conclusion, it is respectfully requested that members of the Planning Committee follow your officer's recommendation and grant planning permission. That concludes the deputations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Thank you for the people that have written in, or the one person that written in. Can I ask members for any questions, please, first of all, before we go to comments? Questions? Matthew Atkins, please. A question, please, to Rebecca, please.
Yeah, thank you. I'll try to be fairly quick about this. I mean, just addressing some of the issues raised by the deputy, the angle of the seats, the view, and the Green Book requirements are all things that would fall outside of our planning policy decisions, wouldn't they? That they're matters really for the football club, its supporters, and FIFA to resolve. Would that be correct?
Yes, I mean we have taken their statement that they have agreed these lines of sight with the relevant safety authorities.
Okay.
Members, if I can assist, apologies, I actually chair the Portsmouth Football Club Safety Advisory Group as my role as your Chief Planning Officer, so I am the relevant safety authority and I can confirm they have advised it and it's dealt with under a separate legislative regime.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The only other one question I had is just to make sure that the balustrade, the chain link fence on the concourse is being replaced with this more opaque solution. It is a similar height, isn't it, and provides similar safety protection for those walking below and the gardens and houses opposite to the chain link fence.
Yes, it's at the same height above ground level as the existing concourse, but it provides a more secure screening. So that instead of a chain link fence, it's more of a solid structure, but not completely solid, so as not to look too harsh, if you like, from views from those neighbouring properties. But it has been designed to prevent direct overlooking, and then it would be supported on columns, so there should be no impact on safety beneath.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any more questions, please, to the officers before we move on to comments?
Chair, could I just clarify?
Yes.
Please? Yep. Thank you. It's
Legal
planning
advisor,
solicitor.
sorry. Yes.
It was stated in the officer's report that the stopping up order under Section 247 will be determined by the local highway authority. That's not quite correct. It's actually determined by the central government Department for Transport. However, the local highway authority is a consultee and has been consulted and made appropriate comments that it has no issues with that stopping up order. Just to clarify.
Thank you very much for clarifying. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. So, any more questions before we move on to comments? No. Okay, we're going to move on to comments, and one of them is from me, actually. I totally disagree with what Andy Smith, one of the objectors, in fact, the only one, said about it. I think it's a very good design. I love it. I think it's very much in keeping. I think they've done a great job down there, and it just goes to show you that the people around the vicinity haven't complained or got issues with it. And I'm sure that it will make the people that go to the football, make it a much more pleasurable time to go along to the football ground as well. So that's my comment. Also comment from Councillor Terry Norton, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's nice to have a really positive application in front of us, and certainly one that's close to the hearts, I think, of so many people across the city. For as long as I can remember, the redevelopment of Fratton Park or the rebuilding of Portsmouth Football Club Stadium has been on the agenda. I remember in a classroom 15 odd years ago, I had a poster which had this idea of the stadium maybe being at Gunwharf with a ferry going round, and we had Farlington Marshes. We've seen numerous plans for that, haven't we? For the Brent Beast got involved. However, this isn't a rebuild, but it is a sensible redevelopment, I think. And the plans to me look great. I think it's important to mention what Ian said and the fact that the Safety Advisory Group have for years had concerns about some of the facilities there, and this seems to address them with improvements to footfall, facilities there, safety, and most importantly, some of those facilities for fans with disabilities. I think those alone are really worth noting and stating that they're incredibly welcome. This to me looks a really good. The club is an integral part of the city. We know that, and I highlight the club's vision, and it's to be, those involved are to be commended. I think it's the club's been through. More than happy to propose this, and hopefully it gets support, and I look forward to seeing the end product if it goes through today.
Thank you very much, Councillor Norton. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please, and then we've got Councillor Lee Hunt. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please.
Thank you, Chair.
I want the list as well, but yeah.
Pardon?
Sorry.
Sorry, Chair. Just coming to the I'm also on the list. But...
Yes, of course. Yes, I'll get to you, sir. Sorry. Yes, Councillor Lynn Stagg, please.
Yes, I'm totally in support of this. I've seen so many problems around that area with visiting fans, with lack of space, etc. But I have one big criticism. I'm not a fan of Mock Tudor, the best of times, but bearing in mind that they want to actually replicate what is at the front, they're not doing it. They're doing bits of it, but then there's not enough. There's not enough cross bits and what have you that you've got at the front of the building. So I think they need to put a few more pieces of wood in there, black and white, and have it, instead of just the up and down stripy bits, a bit more. So that's my only criticism. The rest of it, I'm totally in support of.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, I did say Councillor Hunt, but Councillor Atkins just beat you to it according to my 6 minutes past. So I'd best go to Councillor Matthew Atkins, please, for comments, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to second the proposal for the officer's report, or third it or fourth it, or whatever stage we're at. Yes, I think overall this is a good design. I think I recognise that there are some fans out there who would like to see larger redevelopment, but that doesn't mean it's not a good thing to make sort of upgrades more incrementally. And I think this is all sensible incremental upgrade, particularly to facilities like the toilet facilities and, as Councillor Norton was saying, the important disabled facilities, so visiting disabled fans can sit in the right end of the stadium. So I'm happy to support that. I quite like the Mock Tudor design. I suspect it'll be something provoking controversy for years to come. But I do think it's of good quality and it's attractive, and there's certainly no planning reason to refuse it. So I'm happy to support this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Lee Hunt, please. Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hunt, would you switch your microphone on?
Sorry, mini crisis.
That's okay.
I'm terribly sorry. Pugs and dogs going all over the shop. So what am I going to say? Yes, no, very happy to go along with what everybody else has said. I think it's really, the club is improving incrementally. It's not one of the richest clubs in the world, is it? Let's face it. But they're doing a very good job to improve the facility and their facilities step by step. And of course, they're doing a very good job on the pitch as well. So it's very good to see the club getting back to, to delivering. When I was a policeman down there, we was going to lose and everything, and they were pretty awful, horrible, and smelly, and they were out of the way, and people used to get assaulted in there and everything. And I went to stabbing in there one occasion. But, to see these better facilities coming online now and to see the comfort of the fans improved is a very good thing, isn't it? So well done to the club for investing the money in the fans. Yes,
Thank you very much. Anybody else want to ask a comment beforehand? No? Okay. So so the motion is on the table proposed by Councillor Terry Norton for planning permission in accordance with recommendations of the officers. So there are no amendments. Is that correct? No, I think.
No, not that I understood.
No, okay.
I did just want to clarify one point, if that's okay. Just to say that in terms of the appearance and materials, which one of the councillors raised, we have got a condition 5 that would require us to approve all of the external finishes and appearance. So there is some, there is the element of control there over the final appearance.
Okay. Everybody happy how we got to that? So proposal was Councillor Terry Norton and seconded by Councillor Matthew Atkinson. Just for the planning officers, are there any additional comments that you want to add at all, Ian? No, he's nodding his head and saying no. So I'll now go to the vote, and I would ask each member obviously to say if they're for or against the motion or if they wish to abstain. Councillor Judith Smythe, please, would you please indicate if you're for or against or you wish to abstain?
I'm for, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please indicate if you're for or against the motion or wish to abstain.
I'm for, Chair.
Thank you. Now call upon Councillor Atwell. Please indicate if you're for, against the motion or you wish to abstain.
I'm for, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lee Hunt, please indicate if you're for, against the motion or you wish to abstain.
All play up, Pompey.
Thank you very much. Is that a yes or a no, Councillor? I've got to get it right because I get told off. 4, right, okay. Obviously, Councillor Jones isn't with us, and Councillor Terry Norton, please indicate if you're for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
I won't explode into Terry Chance, but I am for.
Good, okay. Councillor Lynn Stagg, please indicate if you're for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
No, I'm for the application.
Okay, and Councillor Luke Stubbs, please indicate if you're for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
For.
Okay, Councillor Claire Rudy, please indicate if you're for or against the motion or do you wish to abstain?
For the motion, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, and I cast my vote and it's definitely for the motion. So I think that's quite an easy one to sort out, I think. I'll hand over to our legal people who are counting them up as I speak.
Yes, no chance of me misspeaking on this one. That's a unanimous 9 votes in favour of the motion. It passes and conditional planning permission is resolved to be granted.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So it just leaves me to thank all members and obviously the officers for their time today as well. And obviously for the deputies as well. Thank you to all of you that have written in. And just may I wish you all a very pleasant afternoon, evening, and God bless you all. Take care. Bye-bye now.